Welcome to HOJO Radio.
The Spry Treat of the Week. Spry croquettes, tempting golden brown croquettes so crisp and tender crusted they break at the touch of a fork. Delicious? For crispy, full-flavored fried foods, get pure, bland, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. That's Spry. S-P-R-Y.
Our next broadcast is a radio and television comedy series that ran for over 3 decades, from 1932 to 1955 on radio and from 1950 to 1965 on television. It won numerous awards, including the 1959 Emmy for Best Comedy Show, and is generally regarded as the high watermark in 20th century American comedy. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the Jack Benny Program on HOJO Radio.
Grape Nuts Flakes program, the first radio program to come to you from Williamsfield near Chandler, Arizona, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. You know, friends, the other night I saw a movie about a young man as rich and distinctive as the rich, distinctive flavor of Grape Nuts Flakes. And he met a young girl as truly appealing as an appealing bowl full of Grape Nuts Flakes. And when they got married, they lived as happily as folks who have that grand-tasting Grape Nuts Flakes at breakfast every morning. Well, friends, the moral of the story is just this. You'll find malty, rich, sweet-as-a-nut Grape Nuts Flakes. Grape Nuts Flakes bring you your form of delicate, toasty brown flakes. A flavor that's utterly distinctive because it's a 2-grain blend of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley, toasted golden brown and crisp. Grape Nut Flakes, America's fastest-growing cereal. So, for a smooth-tasting, delicious breakfast treat, ask for Grape Nuts Flakes in the thrifty 12-ounce package. Mr. Jones, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Williamsfield near Chandler, Arizona, we bring you a man who, after a week under the blazing Arizona sun, no longer looks like a frog's belly in the moonlight, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Frog's belly in the moonlight. Jello again. Grape Nut Flakes again. This is Jack Benny speaking. And Don, although you put it rather crudely, there's no question about it. I do look much better with my desert tan.
Yes, Jack, you certainly do.
Well, why not? I'm outdoors all the time, horseback riding, swimming. I tell you, Don, I feel like $1 million. 25,000. You can't feel like $1 million anymore. You know, Don, this Arizona sunshine seems to have done you a lot of good, too.
Oh, it has, Jack. Every afternoon I've been taking a sun bath up on the roof of my hotel.
You take sun baths on the roof? That's a little dangerous, isn't it?
What do you mean, dangerous?
Well, there are a lot of planes flying around here, and from 10,000 feet, you must look like a landing field. Really, I'm not kidding.
Oh, now be reasonable, Jack. From 10,000 feet in the air, I look like an ant.
Well, it must be that fat ant of yours that lives in Denver. I know a landing field when I see one. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Well, get a load of you. What a tan you've got.
Haven't I, though? Tell you, Mary, I look just like those toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes.
Yeah, but you still shake like Jell-O.
I do not. I'm the picture of health. Gosh, I've been outdoors all week.
Well, why don't you get a room?
I've got a room. I'm living at the Arizona Biltmore, and what a ritzy place that is.
The Arizona Biltmore isn't even opened yet.
All right, so I have to make my own bed. A little bending over isn't going to hurt. But that hotel is lovely. You kids will have to come out and visit me.
Oh, I'd love to, Jack. Which room are you in?
Oh, you can't miss it. It's the one with the boards knocked off the window. but do come over.
Imagine moving into a hotel that isn't even open. That's the cheapest thing I ever...
All right, forget it. Where are you living?
I'm at the Westward Ho, and it's one of the most beautiful hotels in Phoenix.
It is, eh?
But you wouldn't like it. It's got maids and bellboys and telephones and everything.
You're right. I'd rather rough it at the Biltmore. That's me, huh?
Tell me, Mary, have you been having a lot of fun this week in Phoenix?
Soldiers and cowboys? How can I miss?
You're always thinking of men. What's the matter with you?
Perfectly normal. Look it up.
I don't mean that.
Hey, Jackson, ain't it wonderful here in Arizona? They ain't nothing like them wide open spaces.
Oh, hello, Phil. Yes, it is. And the climate is so grand.
Yeah, this air's the nuts. That's because there's very little humidity.
Who what?
Humidity, stupid. That means no moisture.
I know what it means. I also know how to pronounce it, but I'll be darned if I'll tell you. Say, where are you living, Melonhead? See, I'm glad I put that in, you know. I'm kidding, Phil. Where,
Well, look, Jackson, I'm staying at a beautiful place. It's called the Camelback Inn.
Oh, at the Camelback, eh? Having a good time?
Well, I've gone without water for 7 days, if that's what you mean.
Well, that's typical of you, Phil. You come to a beautiful place like this and you don't get any rest at all.
What are you talking about? I'm under the bed every night by 10 o'clock.
Well, Phil, I'd like to ask you why you don't sleep on top of the bed, but I know your orchestra is there. By the way, you and your boys came all the way from Hollywood on the Santa Fe bus, did you?
All but my guitar player. He bought a new pair of shoes and he wanted to break them in.
Oh, my goodness. Now I've heard everything.
Say, Mr. Benny, I was wondering if I could dedicate my song tonight to my...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, I was wondering if I could dedicate...
What? What'd you say?
I was wondering if I could dedicate my...
How do you feel out here in the desert, kid?
Oh, fine.
Good.
I had a slight case of cactus in my seat, but it's all out now.
Well, there's a lot of it going around, you know. I know about that.
Jack backed into a cactus the other night.
Never mind.
And he had to take off his pants with a pair of tweezers.
All right.
Say, Mr. Benny, I was wondering if I could dedicate my song tonight to a girlfriend of mine. I'm singing Conchita.
Oh, is that your girlfriend's name?
No.
Conchita?
No, Babe Marks.
Well, what's the connection between Conchita and Babe Marks?
Well, she Conchita more than any girl I ever had.
Dennis, you better get a big hat. The sun here is taking advantage of you.
He was a handsome young Irish lad, she was a Mexican beauty. It was Fiesta and I might add, romantically he was in beauty. A boy and a girl neath a star, I can tell it in 64 bars. His Irish heart went bingo when he saw the Rosa Juarez. Oh! Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Oh, you're a lovely thing, oh. For me there's but one girl, he says. Oh! Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Mandolin began to play, and her lips were there to kiss. As they danced, I heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. The bells began to ring, oh, as they rolled away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute, and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita O'Toole. And there's little Teresa, Maria, Elisa, and Patsy, and Molly, and Mike. and Jose and Pancho and Pedro and Sancho and Tommy and Timmy and Spike. Of course there are others, they're sisters and brothers. They're older and they go to school. There's no more to my song now, so I'll run along now. That's all for Lopez and O'Toole.
That was Conchita Rosita Lopez, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very important announcement to make. Last Monday afternoon, Jack Benny went to an official automobile graveyard in Los Angeles and contributed his famous Maxwell to the junk salvage drive.
Yep, little Maxie is going to do her bit in the war effort.
So at this time, folks, we would like to reenact for you all that took place on that historic occasion.
Gosh, did I make history?
Why, certainly. They want to take Paul Revere out of the school books and put you in.
Oh, stop. I know better than that.
John Paul Revere, what a sailor he was.
Oh, quiet. Continue, Don.
Jack felt that his whole radio gang should be present to take a farewell ride in that old jalopy. So he told us to be at his house at 3 o'clock sharp, and we'd all ride to the junkyard.
Oh, imagine turning a car like this into the junk pile. Why, the motor is in wonderful condition.
Wonderful condition?
Yes.
I lifted up the hood yesterday and the spark plug was playing Ring Around the Fan Belt.
That's a lie because I'm wearing the fan belt. You know, fellas, I realize I should give my car to the salvage drive, but gee, you can't blame a fella for being blue and all choked up.
Did the laundry shrink your collar?
No! Pay attention. I'm sentimental. Take it easy, Rochester. No use getting another ticket for speeding.
Holy smoke, Jackson. You mean to say you got a ticket for speeding in this car?
That's right, Mr. Harris. Our bumper got hooked to a fire truck.
I don't care how it happened. We were going like the wind. Now watch what you're doing, Rochester, and grab a hold of the steering wheel.
I'll catch it the next time it comes by.
Well, you better. Gosh. Imagine after all these years parting with my little Maxwell.
Oh, boy. Hey, look at that gorgeous blonde standing on the corner there.
Where? Who? What? Where? Oh, yeah, I see her.
Oh, Jack, put down that telescope.
Well, I know the girl. It's Shirley Truebucket. Hello, Shirley. Remember me?
Jeepers, yes.
Turn here, Rochester. That junkyard is down on Western Avenue. It ought to be around here somewhere.
There's the sign, Jack. Official automobile graveyard.
Oh, yeah. Turn in here, Rochester.
Okay.
And watch that curve.
Easy does it.
Well, that's it, fellas. That was our last trip. Our last ride in the Maxwell.
I'll buy a drink.
Never mind. Hello.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm Jack Benny. Are you the head man in this junkyard?
I'm not wearing this carnation in my overalls for nothing.
Oh, yes. Well, I've got a car here I'd like to turn into the salvage drive. This is it right here.
Well, we do need junk, but aren't you overdoing it, old man?
Look, buddy, scrap is scrap. Now, how much am I offered?
The rate we're paying here is $7 a ton, so I can give you about $7.50.
$7.50? Now, wait a minute, mister. I've got a lot of extras on this car. For instance, the radio and the fog light, this cigarette lighter.
What cigarette lighter?
Right there.
That's a candle.
Well, if you can't light a cigarette with a candle, brother, you ought to give up smoking. Now, how much am I offered?
It's still $7.50.
Oh.
Now, you can have cash, but if you like, I'll pay you in war stamps.
Well, I'll take the war stamp.
Yes, sir. Would you like a wet sponge, or have you strength enough to lick them?
Yes, give me the stamp. I'll handle it. Thanks. Well, that's that.
Come on, Jack, let's get going.
Yep. Got to get going, I guess. Yes, sir.
Come on, Jackson, let's get out of here.
Yep. Got to leave my little Maxie. Oh, well, it's for a good cause. Yep.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Yeah. Let's go. Well, come on. Come on, Rochester.
I'm coming, boss. I'm coming.
Oh, stop bawling, or you'll have me doing it, too. Come on, let's get out of here.
Gentlemen, it is several hours later, and Jack has returned to his home in Beverly Hills, and as we pick him up now, it's about bedtime.
5 years. 5 years I've had that little Maxwell. Now it's gone forever. Well, I might as well turn in, I guess. Get my pajamas out, Rochester.
I put a nightshirt right there on the bed, boss.
I don't want a nightshirt. Been getting cold lately, and a nightshirt creeps up on me.
This one won't do any creeping. I put stirrups on it.
Good. I don't think I'll bother creaming my face tonight. Really, I'm too tired. My complexion is all right.
But I got some new stuff from the drugstore. Betty Bunker's Beauty Balm.
What's that?
It says here, put it on and take a snooze, clears up wrinkles on face or shoes.
Well, just put it on my shoes tonight. I'm all in. Here, hang up my pants and undershirt. Well, good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Stripped for your physical, I see.
No, I'm just getting ready for bed. I've been very restless lately, you know.
Well, in that case, you must try one of my new sleeping pills. Here you are.
But, Mr. Billingsley, this isn't a pill, it's a baseball bat.
Well, if that doesn't do the trick, you ought to see a doctor.
Well, thanks anyway.
Don't mention it. Good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night.
Oh, I haven't seen her in years.
He's a strange fellow. Boy, am I all in.
Pleasant dreams, boss. Brace yourself.
Rochester, put down that baseball bat. You're as bad as he is. Gosh, this bed sure feels good. Although how I can sleep with my Maxwell all busted up in that junkyard, I don't know.
Boss, why don't you look at it this way? Before you know it, the scrap from your car is going to be part of a battleship or a tank or an airplane.
Gee.
I tell you, boss, if everybody in the country turned in their old junky cars and dug up all the scrap they could, there wouldn't be no shortage of nothing, especially victory.
You're right, Rochester.
Absolutely right. Well, good night.
Good night, Mr. Benny. If your hot water bottle springs a leak, just put a Band-Aid on it.
I will. See, no wonder I'm tired. Gee, I practically helped Henry Kaiser build a ship today. Gosh, just think. Little Maxie's going to be a ship. Or a tank. Or maybe an airplane. $7 a ton.
Calling Bombardier Benny. Calling Bombardier Benny. Report to commanding officer immediately.
Bombardier Benny? Gee, that's me. I'm a bombardier.
Calling Bombardier Benny.
Coming, sir. Bombardier Benny reporting. Did you call me, sir?
Yes, what kept you?
Sorry, I was creaming my face. What's up, sir?
There's a bomber waiting outside, and you're assigned to the crew. Your destination is Tokyo.
Tokyo?
Yes, are you ready?
I sure am, Colonel Bridget. I'm all set to shove off.
Good. You'll find your bomber on the north runway. The pilot's warming up the plane now.
Wait a minute. I forgot my radio, my fog light, and my cigarette lighter.
Here's a candle.
A candle?
Yes, if you can't light a cigarette with a candle, you ought to take off that fan belt.
Gee, the Colonel's in a happy mood today. Oh, boy, Tokyo. I'm gonna blow that joint to smithereens, or my name ain't Bombardier Benny. Gee, look at all those bombers. I wonder which one is mine.
Your plane is coming right up.
Where? Well, I'll be... It's my Maxwell. Only it's got wings on it. Maxie, speak to me. It knows me. Gee, it's nice up here. How high are we, Rochester?
10,000 feet, boss.
Good. At $7 a ton, that's a fortune. Well, we're off to Tokyo.
We sure are.
Oh, there's a red light up ahead. Slow down, Rochester.
Red light, that's the sun.
Well, it just turned green. Step on it. Look at that water down there. Is that the Pacific Ocean Navigator?
It sure is, Jackson.
Phil Harris. Are you the navigator, Phil?
I ain't wearing this carnation in my nose for nothing.
Oh, yes. Where are we, Phil?
Well, according to the calculations I just computed on my Mercator chart, we're at the zenith of the apex, longitude 42, latitude 51, and a wind velocity of $7 a ton.
What does that mean? Where are we?
St. Joe, Missouri.
They love me there. Come on, we got to get to Tokyo. Gee, I hope we brought enough bombs with us.
Cigars, cigarettes, bombs. You can't have any fun over Tokyo without a bomb.
I'll take a few of those, miss.
You want a wet sponge with them, or can you drop them yourself?
Yourself? Oh, I haven't seen her in years. What's the matter, Rochester?
We're running into bad weather, boss. Look at that cloud up ahead.
Where? Why, I know that cloud. It's Don Wilson. Hiya, Don.
Hello, Jack. Where are you going?
Tokyo.
Good. I rained all over it last night.
sweet as a nut, grape nut flakes. There you go again. It's grape.
Well, come on, Harris, you're the navigator. Which way to Tokyo?
I'll have to check my position by radio.
Tune it in.
And so, chin up, but with tear-dimmed eyes. We find Sally Yoshimoto waiting for her husband Togo.
That's the Japanese radio. We must be on the beam, all right. We've got to get ready. Where's our machine gunner, Shirley Truebucket?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Good. Well, we're on the way, fellas. It won't be long now. Hey, who's that passing us?
It's Jimmy Doolittle.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Jimmy.
Hiya, Jack.
Good old Doolittle. Follow him, Rochester. He knows where Tokyo is. Gee, it ought to be around here someplace.
Look, Mr. Benny, there's a big island right down below us.
And that city there in the middle of it is Tokyo.
Tokyo. Now get set, Harris. We're going into a dive.
I wouldn't drink with them lousy lights for $1 million.
No, I didn't mean that. We're going to give them the works. Come on, man. Let's start dropping these bombs. Look at those buildings blow up. Look at that bamboo fly. There goes another building.
Boss, wake up! Wake up!
And then there goes another one.
Wake up! Boss, you're dreaming!
And there goes... Dreaming? Oh, yes. Rochester, I just had the most wonderful dream. I dreamt I was bombing Tokyo.
Tokyo? Did you blow it all up?
Not quite.
Then I'll stir you up a Welsh rabbit. Let's finish the job.
That's an idea. What a dream.
You know, Uncle Sam tells us that one of the most vital industries in America is homemaking. Whereas a homemaker, you help to sustain the health and stamina of the home front. And to help you in that job, our government's National Nutrition Program tells you how to plan menus wisely. To get each day plenty of the essential foods which promote health and vitality. Now, that includes whole grain cereals such as delicious toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. For Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, so they supply important whole grain food values, such as iron, niacin, and vitamin B1. Food values which every one of us need every day to help keep ourselves in robust, good health. Yes, Grape Nuts Flakes at breakfast will give you a mighty good start on your daily nourishment needs. So for a grand, nutritious breakfast dish that's chock full of delicious flavor, make it malty, rich, sweet as a nut Grape Nuts Flakes tomorrow morning.
That was the last number of the third program in the Grape Nuts Flake series. All kidding aside, ladies and gentlemen, automobile scrap must furnish 5 million of the 30 million tons of steel scrap needed to maintain steel production at its current rate. So sell your old jalopy to an automobile graveyard and help keep the steel mills rolling. I want to thank Colonel Bridget and Colonel Grill for their friendly cooperation here at Williams Field. It was a real pleasure to dedicate this new theater here at the Post.
Fine building, no powder room.
Well, it's for the soldiers. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beloy. This program is for the entertainment of Army personnel and does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of its products by the War Department.
Take it easy, Mom. You know your young folks are going to eat when you give them sugar crinkles for breakfast. Yes, boys and girls love sugar crinkles. And no wonder. It's the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Makes breakfast more fun than a circus. Now, the reason sugar crinkles suit your folks to a T is this. Some sugar-coated cereals they've tried seem too sweet. Others don't seem sweet enough. But when they dip their first spoonful of sugar crinkles, they've discovered a sugar-coated cereal that's just right sweet. And say those young folks of yours love to dip into the pack and eat sugar crinkles as a snack, too. So better get several packages.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny talking. And before starting our program, I'd like to remind you that there's still time for you to give generously to your local community chest, a fund which is of tremendous importance to every community every year, since it supplies care for the underprivileged and the unfortunate. In time of war, your local community chest performs an even more vital function, for its funds must now meet the needs of civilians, war workers, and our fighting men. You want to share in this important work, and you can, for there's still time for you to take part in your local drive. Make your contribution tomorrow.
Grape Nuts Flakes to you.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Send him to work with a smile. That's what you want to do, ladies, isn't it? Because the worker who works with a smile works his best. And you can start your man off with a grin if you start him off with a big, luscious bowl full of delicious, flavorful Grape Nuts Flakes. Your favorite Grape Nuts flavor, a delicious, toasty brown flake form. There's something about that malty, rich, sweet-as-a-nut Grape Nuts Flakes goodness. There's something about that distinctive, different Grape Nuts Flakes flavor that starts your folks off in high. Yes, sir. There's an outstanding difference about Grape Nuts Flakes because they're made a different way. You see, they're a blend of two delicious grains, sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. And Grape Nuts Flakes are toasted to a delicate, crisp golden brown. That's to give them a texture just as swell as their taste. So for a really swell breakfast dish, for a treat that your folks will love to the last crispy spoonful, ask for delicious Grape Nuts Flakes, America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. That was Gobs of Love as played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who turned in his Maxwell to the junk salvage drive last week.
That's right. No car now.
And this morning came all the way from Beverly Hills on a pogo stick with an outboard motor, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Grape Nuts Flakes again. This is Jack Benny speaking. And Don, a pogo stick is a good mode of transportation, but it's not the one I use today.
Oh, well, how did you come to work? On your bicycle?
No.
Roller skates?
No.
Well, I give up, Jack. How did you get here?
It's simple, Don. I put on my track outfit, bent down on one knee, Rochester untied the goat, and wham, here I am. In fact, I ran all the way.
You should have seen him, Don. He runs like a deer.
Thanks, Mary.
An old, tired deer.
Well, I made it. That's all I know.
Imagine running 10 miles. Why, you must be all worn out, Jack.
No, I feel fine, Don. You see, I had to stay under 35 on account of my rubber shoes. By the way, Mary, how did you get here? Did you have any trouble?
Of course not. I just stood on the corner of Sunset and Roxbury, fixed my garter, and wham, here I
am. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Darn it.
Yes, Jack, it might have worked for you, too. You have rather attractive limbs.
Well,
I've seen better-looking limbs holding up Burma shave ads.
The word is signs there. You got a much bigger laugh on signs. You know? At least, Mary, my legs were good enough to run all the way from Beverly Hills.
I think they were trying to get away from your body.
Oh. Mary, I haven't got my car anymore. I ran to work. Now forget it.
Oh, I just can't get over it, Jack. A man your age running 10 miles.
Oh, for me, that's nothing, Don. Why, the first job I ever had, I used to run up and down all day long. Up and down. Up and down.
My goodness, Jack, what were you doing?
I was a grape smasher in a winery. I had the bluest feet. Oh, really? Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary. Hello, Don. Hello, Phil.
Phil isn't here yet.
Oh, then I'll save it.
Say, kid, how'd you get to the studio today?
It was easy. I paddled here in my canoe.
In a canoe?
It scrapes a little, but you can do it.
You can do it. Nobody else. Say, Don.
No more canoes for me. I nearly got drowned on Vine Street.
What? Dennis, I'd like to find out one thing. How can you get drowned on Vine Street?
Oh, it's a lot of trouble. You got to fall in a manhole.
Well, that'll do it every time, kid. Well, here he is.
Hiya, Jackson. Look who I brung to the program.
Well, I'll be darned. He's got his kid with him. Where's the baby's nurse, Phil?
Alice won't let her go out with us.
Oh. Isn't she cute? Hello, Honey Bun. Honey Buns, it's your Uncle Jackie. What's the matter with that kid? Every time she sees me, she cries.
Oh, she's probably jealous because you've got big blue eyes and feet to match.
Yeah, that's it. My, that's certainly a cute outfit the baby's wearing, Phil.
Oh, look at those little shoes and those panties.
Yeah, ain't them dapper diapers?
Oh, they're darling. Say, Phil, we've got a long play to do tonight, so how about giving out with a band number?
Okay, hold the baby. Well, come on, take her.
Okay. I hope she... Oh, well, I'll take a chance. Come here, darling. Come here to your Uncle Jackie. There she goes again.
Well, what'd you do to her, Jack?
I didn't do anything to her. Quiet. Quiet now, darling.
Ladies
Quiet.
and gentlemen, while Jack is attempting to calm down Phil's baby, let me tell you about America's most distinctive flake cereal. Those toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nut flakes. You will find that grape nut flakes are a thrifty buy on the big 12-ounce economy-size package. And be sure to look for Kate Smith's picture on the box.
Well, okay, Phil, let's have your... Kate Smith's picture on the box. Did you say Kate Smith?
Why, certainly. Don't you eat grape nuts flakes?
Every morning, but I eat them out of a bowl, not out of the box. Kate Smith. Kate Smith's picture.
Well, after all, Jack, grape nut flakes used to be her program.
Well, it's mine now, and she better get off that box. See?
Now, don't get excited, Jackson.
Don't get excited.
Yeah, I come out all right. I wasn't drowned.
Who's talking about you? I want my picture on that box.
Stop jumping up and down. Do you think you're back at the winery?
I know where I am. I'm going to straighten that picture business out right now.
You better play something, Phil.
You better darn right he better play something. While he's doing it, I'm getting on that phone. Mr. Chapin, the sponsor, is going to hear about this. Hello, operator. Get me long distance. New York.
Mr. Chapin, as long as I'm on Grape Nuts Flakes program now, my picture ought to be on the box. Sure, Kate Smith is a lovely girl. So am I. I mean, I'm a lovely fella. Now, look, Mr. Chapin, let's not bicker about it. All I want is a direct answer. Is it yes or no? Not so fast. If there's anything I hate, it's snap judgment. Now look, but Mr. Chapin, but Miss,
Try Madam.
But Madam, please. Now look at it this way, Mr. Chapin. Mothers all over the country are buying Grape Nuts Flakes, and the kiddies ought to have a chance to see a picture of their Uncle Jackie. Oh, fine. What's that, Mr. Chapin? Who's trying to get sympathy? That's Phil Harris's baby, not me. All right, think it over, Mr. Chapin, and call me back. Goodbye. Well, that's my fault. After all, what can you accomplish talking over a telephone?
Why don't you put on your tracksuit and run to New York?
Well, I know one thing. I'm going to get my picture on that box.
What box?
Oh, be quiet. Now, let's get started with our play. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to present our version of one of the most pretentious pictures of the season. None other than 20th Century Fox's production of that sparkling melodrama, that sophisticated epic, that dramatic thunderbolt, Tales of Manhattan. Thank you, Crumb Cake. Now this picture, which was produced by Boris Morris and S.P. Eagle.
What's the SP for?
He came out from New York on the Southern Pacific. Do you get it, Billy? Now, this picture, among other great performers, featured such famous stars as Charles Boyer, Rita Hayworth, Thomas Mitchell, Ginger Rogers, Edward G. Robinson, and Charles Lawton, all of whom will appear on this program tonight.
Gosh, are all those big stars going to be on our show?
Yes, and they should be here now. Where's our producer? Oh, Mr. Wells.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Did you get in touch with all those stars and tell them to be here tonight?
Well, let's see. This is going to be embarrassing. I can just feel it.
Oh, for heaven's sake, so you forgot to do it. Well, all I can say is, Welch, you're a fine producer.
Mr. Benny, in my office at Young and Rubicam, I have 12 telephones on my desk.
So what?
If I ever get them untangled, watch my smoke.
Couldn't call him up. He couldn't think of it.
Well, what are we going to do, Jackson?
Well, I'll think of something.
Hey, Mr. Benny, I'll bet our play will never top the one Fred Allen did last week.
Allen? Oh, is Nasal Hazel back on the air? The last I heard of him, he was at the Mayo Brothers Clinic.
Oh, did they operate on Allen?
No, Don. There were so many things wrong with him, they just gave him a good luck charm and sent him home. Well, so much for good news. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our play will go on immediately after. I'll take it. Probably Mr. Chapin calling back. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Boss, you know that buggy you bought to take the place of the Maxwell?
Yes, what about the buggy?
Well, I've been trying, but I can't get Carmichael to pull it.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. With a little training, my polar bear can become just as gentle and easy to handle as a horse.
But that bear's in an ugly mood. It's wintertime, and he's supposed to be sleeping.
This is war. Let him stay up. Now, Rochester, all you got to do is put the harness on him.
Speaking of that harness, he had it on me 3 times today.
Oh, he was just being playful. Did you put the bit in his mouth?
Yeah, and he chewed it up like bubble gum.
Well, that's your fault. If he doesn't behave, give him a good rap on the nose.
A rap on the nose?
Yes.
Help is hard to get now, boss. Don't kick it around.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Well, let it go, and tomorrow morning I'll do the job myself. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Are you coming home to dinner tonight?
Of course I'm coming home to dinner.
Okay. You'll have to go, honey.
Honey, Rochester! Honey, he can't be talking to Carmichael. Sing, Dennis.
At last, my love has come along. My lonely days are over, and life is like a song. At last, the skies above are blue. My heart was wrapped in clover the night I looked at you. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheeks to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then the spell was cast. And here we are in heaven, for you are mine at last. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill I've never known. You and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, for you are mine at
That was At Last, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, the Benny, acting as our meat, but we've been rationed players, will present that sensational melodrama, Pants of Manhattan.
That's Tales of Manhattan, isn't it, Jack?
Of course it is, Don. I was just trying for a gag.
I can't stand a guy that presses, even if it's pants.
Oh, sit down. Melonhead again. So here we go, folks, with our feature attraction. And as a special treat, I am playing the triple part of Charles Boyer, Charles Lawton, and Edward G. Robinson.
This I gotta see.
You'll see it, don't worry. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Presenting Pants of Manhattan with that all-star cast, Jack Benny.
Thank you.
If you remember the picture, ladies and gentlemen, the opening sequence presented a tense love triangle featuring Rita Hayworth as the wife, Thomas Mitchell as the husband, and Charles Boyer as the other man.
That is me, Charles Boyer.
Oh, pull up your eyelids.
The scene is the trophy room of the Long Island estate of Mr. Thomas Mitchell, the famous big game hunter. Mr. Mitchell is talking to his wife.
Darling, I love you. You can't leave me, do you hear? You can't leave me.
I'm sorry, Thomas, but I'm afraid this is the end.
Well, what about our children? Our children that I play with every day.
We haven't any children. They belong to the family next door.
So that's why they're older than I am.
It's no use, Thomas. I'm leaving you at once.
I know. It's another man. Tell me his name, Rita. Tell me his name and I'll kill him. Like in the picture.
No, you'll never know, Thomas. You'll never know the name of the man I love. Oh, Charles, darling. At last you're here.
Rita, my beautiful. Kiss me.
Excuse me, Mr. Boyer. Now, come on, Rita. What's the name of that other man?
Go away. Oh, Rita, my darling. Close your eyes and kiss me again.
How else can I do it?
Rita, I love you.
Pardon me, Mr. Boyer. Now, listen, Rita. I wish you'd tell me who your lover is so I can go out and shoot him.
He is a speech. Rita, my beautiful. Does your husband know about M.E.?
I don't think so. In fact, I'm P-O-S-I-T-I-V-E.
P-O-S... Give me that again, will you?
Well, I must go now, sweetheart. I will see you later.
Wait. These secret meetings can't go on any longer. I must tell my husband the name of my lover.
Rita, be careful. He has a gun.
His name, Thomas, is Charles Boyer.
Yes, you might as well know. I love your wife, and she's going away with me. Far, far away.
How far can you go on 4 gallons a week?
That is my worry. Come, Rita, let us go.
Oh, no, you don't. Take that.
Ooh. I am shoot. Right in the pants of Manhattan.
Charles, speak to me. You've killed him, Thomas. You've killed him.
Oh, everything is going black. I cannot see. I am dying. Hello? Who? Mr. Shapin? What? Very well. Naturally, if you feel that Kate Smith's picture should stay on the box, that is all right with me. What do I care? I am dying. Dying, I tell you. Dying.
Another colorful episode in the Tales of Manhattan occurred when Mr. Charles Lawton, as a poor but talented musician, received an opportunity to perform at Carnegie Hall. Now, in our play, Mr. Lawton's part will be portrayed by Jack Benny, that eminent.
Eminent what?
The scene is backstage at Carnegie Hall. Mr. Lawton is waiting to go on. Mr. Christian! Mr. Christian! Where is my violin? Under your chin, sir. And tell me, Mr. Christian, did you sew up the bullet hole in these pants I got from Boyer?
I couldn't find a needle and thread, so I put a cork in it.
Cork? Now listen, Mr. Christian. I will walk out on that stage and play my violin as it has never been played before.
Hey, when are you going to do Charles Lawton?
I am doing him now. For my first number, ladies and gentlemen, I will play the Meditation from Thais by Barney Dean.
take it again.
There goes that bloomin' cork. Now for my next selection.
Ha-ha! I'll teach you to play around with my wife. Take that.
Oh. I am Shoe. Right in the bands of Manhattan.
Another outstanding sequence in the tales of Manhattan when was Edward G. Robinson, once a prominent lawyer, but now a Bowery derelict, is invited to a reunion of his college classmates. Mr. Robinson's part will be played by none other than Jack Benny, that talented.
Talented what?
The following scene takes place during the height of a banquet when the college men discover that their former classmate is now a bum.
Yeah. They invited me to come up here, yeah. You thought I was a businessman, yeah. Well, I ain't, see? I'm just a Bowery bum, see? But you stuffed shirts wouldn't understand that. No.
Now, Edward, my boy.
I ain't blaming you, Professor Harris. It ain't your fault, see?
I can't understand it. You was the most prominent student in my class. Why, you could speak everything from Italian to Egyptian.
Oh, yeah?
Good heavens, lad, ain't there nothing I learned you stuck in your bean?
What?
Say, which one of you is Robinson?
I am, see? And if anybody's around here looking for trouble, I'm the guy that can give it to 'em. Yeah. I'm tough, see? And that reminds me. There's something else I want to take care of right now. Hello, operator. Give me New York, see? New York? I want to speak to Mr. Chapin, the General Food, see? Hello, Chapin. Let me tell you something. I read about enough of this, see? Either Kate Smith's picture goes off that box, see? And my picture goes on, see? Or I ain't working next Sunday. Yeah.
Oh, for heaven's sake, do you realize who you're talking to?
I know what I'm doing. Now get away from me, see? What do you want?
I thought I told you to stay away from my wife.
Ooh. I am Shoot. Right in the bands of Manhattan.
Ladies, when you budget your food dollars this week, make a certain that a part of each food dollar goes to the purchase of cereals. Whole grain cereals such as Grape Nuts Flakes. Now, why do I say that? Why, it's because whole grain cereals are a plentiful, thrifty source of food essentials all of us need every day for really robust good health. And you can't do better than choose Grape Nuts Flakes. For delicious, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, so they provide essential whole grain food values, including iron and two of the important B vitamins, niacin and vitamin B1, both so necessary for steady nerves and abundant energy. And that whole grain nourishment is really economical food value, for when you buy Grape Nuts Flakes in the big 12-ounce economy package, it costs you but a penny a serving, a small price to pay for so much goodness. All-around nourishment plus rich, distinctive flavor. So give the folks a swell start for the day. You can do it the Grape Nuts Flakes way.
Our next popular broadcast began in August of 1949 on NBC Radio and ran until November of 1953. Set in the Midwest, it starred Robert Young as General Insurance Agent Jim Anderson and portrayed an idealized vision of middle-class American life of the era. It was created by writer Ed James. While the show is often regarded as an example of conservative nature of the American family life in the 1950s, it's also cited as to be slightly rosy portrayal as well. We proudly present to you Father Knows Best on HOJO Radio.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good. to the last drop. Slap a bunch of poets together, and at least one thing is bound to emerge: a new definition of love. In one of his flossier moments, Shakespeare wrote, "Love is a smoke raised with the fume of sighs," which is very nice if you go in for that sort of thing. The Messrs. Thurber and White, on the other hand, viewed the emotion with a more practical eye. Love, they said, is the strange bewilderment which overtakes one person on account of another person. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons probably have ideas of their own on this ethereal subject. Like this. I think I'll have a little more rice. Would you mind passing it, Betty?
Yes, Father.
Jim.
Honey, let's not start that business about rice being fattening. It isn't.
Well, you were the one who said that your waist...
Margaret, rice is not fattening. It's the stuff you put on it. Like butter. Put butter on anything, it's fattening. But have you ever seen me put butter on my rice?
No, dear.
You're darn right you haven't. Kathy, please pass the gravy.
Here you are, Daddy.
Now that you mention it, what's wrong with my waistline? I haven't gained a pound in 20 years.
What was that?
Well, maybe 2 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Daddy, look at Bud.
Why? I've been looking at him for 15 years.
He isn't eating his dinner.
Well, maybe he's got problems. Bud? Bud?
Yes, dear.
Dear? Bud, what's the matter with you?
But, Jim, maybe he doesn't feel well.
He's in love.
Kathy, mind your own affairs and eat your dinner.
Well, he is.
Bud, do you feel all right? Bud!
I'll answer it.
Sit down.
Don't you want me to answer the phone?
It didn't ring. Will you please sit down?
Something rang. I can still hear it. Kind of like bells.
Jim, I think he is ill.
He's in love. Love. Huh.
Bud, if you don't feel well, go to your room. If you do feel well, eat your dinner.
Maybe it's the doorbell.
I didn't hear anything.
Bud.
I just heard it again.
Jim, something is wrong. I don't like the look in his eyes.
You know, for the first time in her life, Kathy may be right. Look at that idiotic grin.
On me?
On your brother. He looks like a cross between Boris Karloff and a contented cow. All right, Bud, let's stop all this ridiculous moaning and groaning. What's wrong?
Dad.
Yes?
Have you ever been in love?
Why, Bud.
I mean, really in love. With a girl.
Well, your mother wasn't exactly a rhinoceros.
You ought to see her eyes, Dad. They're blue. The bluest eyes you ever saw. Both of them.
Only has 2, huh?
And hair. The most beautiful hair. Like the sun shining on home plate.
Bud, is this a girl or a double-header between the Yanks and Cleveland?
It's a girl. The most wonderful girl in the whole world.
Fine. Now eat your dinner.
Food? How can you think of food at a time like this? I don't think I'll ever eat again. Not ever.
I remember when I first met your mother. I went through the same thing. People thought I was going to starve to death.
And did you?
No, I managed to pull through.
Daddy.
Yes, Kathy?
How long didn't you eat?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember exactly. I know I missed practically one entire lunch.
Jim.
Dad.
What is it, Lochinvar?
Who?
What do you want?
When you and Mom fell in love, what'd you do?
Don't you think you're getting a little nosy?
No, I mean, how did you know you were in love? How often did you see one another?
Oh, a few times a week, something like that.
Jim, you were there every night, and you know it.
Margaret, you're being absolutely no help at all. Bud isn't serious about this girl, are you, Bud?
Boy, am I.
I mean, he isn't thinking about marriage or anything ridiculous like that, are you?
What is ridiculous about marriage?
Margaret, he's 15 years old.
Oh, I don't mean for Bud.
Well, we weren't talking about Errol Flynn.
Naturally, Bud isn't going to do anything foolish. Not yet, at any rate.
Of course not. When he gets a little older, that'll be time enough for him to do something foolish.
That's not what I meant, and you know it. Bud is a sensible boy, aren't you, dear?
Sure.
And he knows that he's much too young. He has a lot of time for girls, haven't you, dear?
Boy, have I.
Bud, let's look at this thing in a more practical manner. You know, going out with girls can be kind of expensive. Flowers, candy, movies.
Well, that's one of the things I wanted to talk about, Dad. You see, I only get $1.25 a week.
Yes?
How can you take a girl out on $1.25 a week?
You can't.
Well, that's why I was thinking...
But if you're really sincere about this girl, if you think your life and happiness depend on her, well, do what I did. Go sit on her front porch.
Gosh, what kind of fun can you have on a front porch?
Oh, don't be stupid.
Jim.
Bud, when I was courting your mother, all we did was sit on her front porch. Didn't we, honey?
Yes, dear.
Night after night, week after week. We just sat there and held hands.
And looked at the moon. A large, lovely, friendly moon.
Never got so sick and tired of looking at anything in my whole life.
Why, Jim.
Well, let's face it, the same darn thing every night. Just sit there and look at the moon.
There were a great many other boys who were perfectly willing to take your place.
But I wouldn't let them, would I?
You certainly wouldn't. You were the stubbornest thing I've ever known.
Sure, but I was cute. And I knew a good thing when I saw it.
Dad.
Now what?
When you were sure that Mom was the right one for you, I mean, when you knew that you couldn't live without her, then what'd you do?
Well, what did we do, Margaret?
Well, you made me get all dressed up in my best bib and tucker, and you took me home to visit your family.
That's right. I can still feel my knees knocking. Was I ever scared?
Not half as scared as I was.
It turned out all right, though, didn't it, honey?
Mm-hmm.
They fell in love with you just like I did. Bud, where are you going?
I'll be right back, Dad. I have to make a phone call.
You come back here and eat your dinner.
Leave the boy alone, Jim. It's his first big love. He's got to get used to it.
Love.
Betty, you haven't said a pleasant word all evening. What's gotten into you?
She isn't eating her dinner either.
Why don't you do your homework?
I did it.
Do it over again.
Can't I just keep still?
All right, but see that you do. Betty, do you feel all right?
I feel fine. She had a fight with Billy Smith.
I thought you were going to keep still.
Well, if I did, nobody'd ever get to know anything around here.
We'd find out, somehow.
Betty, that you and Billy Smith had another argument?
I never want to see him again as long as I live.
I thought you were getting along fine.
We were until he met that Eloise March, that little snip.
Who's Eloise March?
Just the worst little flirt in town, that's all. And if he wants her, he can have her.
Betty, I wouldn't get all upset about it if I were you.
I'm not upset. I'm not the least bit upset. I just wouldn't give you 3 cents for all the men in the world, that's all. I
would. This Eloise March must be quite a character.
She's a vampire, that's what she is. Is she pretty? Oh, how do I know? I've never even seen her. I'm through with men. I'm going to have a career instead. I'm going to devote my whole life to being being a chemist or something. I still love you, Betty.
Oh, dear.
Taking it pretty hard, isn't she?
Well, she and Billy have been friends for so long.
What do you think we ought to do?
Mommy.
What is it, dear?
Aren't you glad I don't do anything except break windows?
Yes, dear, you're a great help.
Well, it's all set, Dad. I called her and she's coming over.
Who's coming over?
My girl.
Bud, why in the name of all that's holy?
Well, you said to bring her over, didn't you?
I said no such thing.
But that's what you did. You said so.
Bud, this is not the time to bring a girl around. We're having enough trouble with girls. Your sister and Eloise March and...
How did you know?
How did I know what?
About Eloise March.
What about Eloise March?
That's my girl.
Oh, no.
Now that's wonderful coffee. Welcome words you can hear across your breakfast table from the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am, he'll be there, that #1 expert, because he's your husband. Naturally, we think we're pretty fair experts. Our Maxwell House coffee is America's favorite brand. But the person with the final say, the one we both want to please, is that husband of yours. And if you'll make his breakfast coffee Maxwell House, we're mighty sure he'll tell you, that's wonderful coffee. Matter of fact, if he doesn't, we'll give you your money back. You see, we know there's no coffee made like Maxwell House. And that's why no coffee tastes like Maxwell House. It's the only coffee with that famous good to the last drop flavor. Get Maxwell House tomorrow and start serving it to your husband. And if he doesn't say it's the best coffee he ever tasted, why, send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is on the front of every one of those familiar blue tins. Tomorrow, find out how much the world's greatest coffee expert enjoys Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
These are parlous times in which we live, and days of great decision. Throughout the world, men of substance watch the headlines with an anxious eye, keeping one ear to the ground and the other glued to the radio, which is a neat trick if you can do it. Jim Anderson may not quite succeed, but in the living room of the White Frame House on Maple Street, he's giving it quite a try, like this.
Margaret, why don't people leave things where they belong? Margaret!
What is it, Jim?
What happened to my large map of Korea?
I don't know, dear. Where did you put it?
It was right here on the table.
Well, if it was on the table, that's where it ought to be. No one's been in the living room. Jim, what on earth are you doing?
What's the matter?
All those maps on the floor, and Bud's friend is going to be here any moment.
Margaret, I'm waiting for a very important broadcast. It's coming from all over the world, even Moscow. And I don't want to miss a word. This is the only radio in the house that's any good, and you know it.
All right, but I still don't see why you need 8 million maps scattered all over the floor.
There are 5 maps. And where's the one of Korea I had on the table?
Which table?
This table.
What is this?
That's the map.
Of course, you couldn't dream of lifting up a big, heavy magazine.
Well, the magazine had no business being there in the first place.
Dear, if I go into the kitchen, do you think you can find your way back to the radio?
If I get lost, I'll send up smoke signals. 1 if by land and 2 if by sea.
I'll make a note of it, dear.
Thinks it's so funny. How did I know it was under the magazine? People go around hiding your maps under magazines. Think all a man has to do is go around looking under magazines. Bud!
He's upstairs, Jim.
The doorbell rang.
Bud, the doorbell rang.
I'm combing my hair.
He's combing his hair, Jim.
What do you want me to do about it?
You might answer the door.
Well, if you're going to be logical, wait until a man has something really important to do. Maps all over the floor. All right, keep your shirt on. I'm coming. Dizzy little character. Probably hasn't got a brain in her head anyway. Hello there.
Is this the Anderson residence?
It certainly is. Come on in.
I'm Eloise Marchand. Don't tell me. You're Mr. Anderson.
How did you ever figure that out?
Oh, I'd have known you anywhere, Mr. Anderson. Really, I would. Lover Boy's told me so much about you.
Lover Boy has, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
That was nice of him. Lover Boy. Bud, your friend is here. The thundering herd will be down in a minute. He's fixing his makeup.
I don't mind.
Well, let's go into the living room and sit down.
All right. My, you have a lovely home. It's so gauche.
I was hoping you'd notice that. We've tried to make it one of the gauchest homes.
And you certainly have.
Yes. Margaret, Bud's friend is here. Please.
Just a minute, dear.
Mrs. Anderson will be right in. Then you can all go into the den and have a nice little chat.
My, all those great big maps. What are they?
Oh, just maps of the world. I use them for reference on the important news broadcasts.
You do? Why, how clever.
I just listen to the broadcasts. I don't deliver them.
How clever to use maps. And of the whole world. It's just like I told Bud. Men are so
Gauche?
aren't they ever?
Margaret.
Budsy boy.
Hi, Eloise. Gee, you look nice.
Oh, Bud, I don't either. Why, I threw on just any old thing.
You sure threw him in the right place, didn't you?
Yes, she's quite a picture.
Why, Mr. Anderson.
And speaking of pictures, why don't you show Miss Marsh the pictures in the den or someplace?
But you said when you took Mom over to your
But
house...
let's not have any arguments about it. There's going to be a very important broadcast.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss March, but I was busy in the kitchen.
Mom, this is Eloise.
I'd have known you anywhere, Mrs. Anderson. Bud has told me so much about you.
Oh, I'm sure he must have.
Father, was that the phone?
No, it wasn't the phone. It was the doorbell.
I'll be right down.
It wasn't for you. Margaret, why don't you take Bud and Eloise into the den and give them some milk and cookies or something?
Milk and cookies?
Holy cow, Dad.
Mr. Anderson, you're so droll.
Margaret.
Why don't we show Eloise the pictures we took this summer, Bud? I'm sure she'd like that.
But I thought when Dad took you over to his house...
Hi, what's all the excitement about?
Betty, why don't you go back upstairs?
What for? We'll explain all about it later. Go ahead, dear.
Why can't I stay down here? I know. You must be Kathy.
That's Betty.
Oh, of course, Betty. I'd have known you anywhere. Bud's told me so much about you. I'm Eloise March. No!
Margaret, why don't you all go into the den?
The nerve of her coming into this house after what she did to me.
What, who did to you?
Bud, why don't you take Eloise
She
into the...
came here to sneer at me. That's what she did.
Eloise?
I don't know what she's talking about. I swear I don't. Oh, yes, you do. You know just what I'm talking about.
If you'd all just go into the den...
Now, see here, Betty. You have no right to talk to Eloise that way.
I'll talk to her any way I choose.
You will not.
I certainly will.
Betty, if you'll just go upstairs like a good girl...
Why don't you all go into the den?
Look at her. Powder and paint an inch thick and Billy Smith thinks she's so wonderful.
Billy Smith?
But, honey, you know I don't care about anybody but you. You told the same thing to Billy Smith. I never did.
Bud.
And Janie Liggett's sister said you told the same thing to Russell Spencer.
Eloise, you didn't.
She certainly did.
Betty.
And he was going steady with Marion Swift all the time, and you knew it. I did not know it.
Bud.
Jim, it won't do any good.
It has to. They're going to start the broadcast any minute. Look, if you'll all just go into the den...
Eloise, how could you?
How could I what?
Say what you said when you said you never said what you said before.
Well, I never did say it before. You certainly did. Buzzy, how can you stand there and let her talk like that?
You told me you never went out with older men.
I don't.
Billy Smith's 18, and you went out with him.
Well, only 3 or 4 times, and that doesn't mean anything, does it?
You've only been out with me twice.
Bud, you're standing on my map.
Just because I go out with a boy 3 or 4 times, what does that prove? Daddy!
You went out with Billy Smith, and you told me you didn't go out with Billy Smith.
Not since Tuesday.
Bud, you're walking all over Alaska.
Daddy!
Just because he's older than I am and gets a bigger allowance.
He does?
Sure he does. So does everybody else. Why don't you go out with them?
Don't worry, she will. Daddy! Telephone!
Why don't you all go into the telephone?
That's where I'm going. Good! And Bud Anderson, you're just the nastiest boy I've ever known in my whole life.
Bud, why don't you take Miss March to the door?
She just said I was nasty.
He doesn't have to take me to the door. Now or ever.
And that goes for me, too.
If you'll just go into the den.
I'm sorry I ever came into this house, that's what. And I'm sorry I said it was gauche. Because it isn't.
Well.
Holy cow.
Daddy, telephone! I heard you.
All right, Betty, answer the phone.
Brazen little snip. I guess I told her.
Gee whiz. And I spend my whole allowance on a box of candy. For her.
If no one has an objection, now may I listen to the broadcast?
A whole $1.25 gone.
Bud, why don't you go into the kitchen and fix yourself a sandwich?
A sandwich? How can you eat with a broken heart?
Easier than with an upper plate. Now stop acting like an idiot and behave yourself.
Women. They're just a curse of humanity.
Yes, dear, we're awful.
Oh, I didn't mean you, Mom.
Margaret, will you take that boy out and drown him? I've got to have quiet in here for the broadcast.
All right, Bud, let's go inside now.
Mother, it was Billy. It was Billy Smith. He explained all about Eloise March.
Betty, please.
He's a psychology major, and he was just using her for research.
Oh, no.
That's fine, dear.
And he's coming over right away with Russell Spencer and Marion Swift.
No.
What?
I've had enough of this circus tonight. This is my house, too. I live here just as much as anybody, and I'm going to listen to this broadcast.
But, Father, I told them.
I don't care what you told them. I'm going to hear the broadcast, and that's final.
Betty, there's no reason why you and your friends can't go down to the playroom.
But we'll have to sneak around on our tiptoes.
Quiet, please.
At 9 o'clock. Due to this unforeseen difficulty, the news broadcast originally scheduled for this period will not be heard. In its place, we bring you that heartwarming tale of young love, the romance of Susan Blake.
Oh, no.
Well, at a time like that, I guess there just isn't much for Father to say. But I know one place where he's always got some mighty important words. When it comes to coffee, he can tell you exactly where to get the most in flavor for your money. Sure, Father knows best. He's the world's greatest coffee expert, just like that man of yours. And we think it'll really pay you to get your husband's expert opinion on our Maxwell House coffee. Because when he tries a cup and says, best coffee I ever tasted, you'll know Maxwell House gives you the most for your money. The most in flavor, the most in pure pleasure. Get a pound of Maxwell House tomorrow. See how your husband takes to that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. And count all the cups of truly good coffee you get from that 1 pound. We think you'll be convinced your coffee buy is Maxwell House coffee. Because it's always good to the last drop.
It's midnight in Springfield, and all is quiet in the white frame house on Maple Street. That is, all should be nice and quiet. But you know how it is with the Andersons. Noon or midnight, there's never a dull moment like this.
Jim. Jim.
What? What's the matter?
Jim, wake up.
Oh, what for?
Listen, I just heard something downstairs.
Oh, go to sleep, Margaret. It's probably nothing but a burglar.
Jim, are you going downstairs, or do you want me to call Bud?
No, never mind. I'll go.
Be very careful, dear. Please.
Sure, I'll be careful.
If it is a burglar, just call the police.
That's a very good idea. Thank you very much. Wake a man out of a sound sleep and then expect him to go roaming around in the dark. Oh, Jim. One of these nights I'm going to fall down the stairs and break my neck. Serve him right, too. Call the police. What did she think I was going to do, wrestle with them? All right. Oh.
Hiya, Dad. What's up?
I am. What are you doing down here?
I was hungry. Want a sandwich?
Oh, thank you. What happened to your broken heart?
Oh, I don't know. I was an awful boob, wasn't I?
No, not exactly. But you're getting there. Now, hurry up and get back to bed. Your mother's worried enough for one night.
Okay. Oh, say, Dad.
Yes?
Did you put $1 on my dresser?
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Dad.
Now what?
Thanks for everything.
Go to bed.
You bet. Good night, Dad.
Good night. Lover boy.
It's a wonderful feeling to start the day singing, Life is swell when you keep well. That's why Post 40% Bran Flakes have become America's largest selling bran flakes. Every 1 ounce serving of Post 40% Bran Flakes provides bran to help prevent irregularity due to lack of bulk in the diet. They're so delicious tasting and so good for you, too. Tomorrow, serve America's favorite bran flakes. Post 40% Bran Flakes. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
You'll like the delicious, meaty flavor of Spam, the way it satisfies husky appetite.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as Father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. as I can remember, I've been hearing about people who were poor as Job's turkey. Well, the chances are that poor old Job never had a turkey, but he did have trouble. And that's where the average father comes in. So let's go to Springfield to a white frame house on Maple Street and an average father named Anderson. Because when it comes to trouble, Jim Anderson takes a back seat to no one. Like this.
Margaret, I'm home.
We're in the kitchen, dear.
I'll be right in. Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home.
Daddy!
Hiya, kitten. Well, how are all the little Andersons tonight?
Hi, Father.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, dear.
Strawberry.
I don't care if he didn't do it on purpose. He had no right to break his leg.
What?
I turned down a dozen dates just to go out with him, and now look at me.
Norman McHugh had a skiing accident and broke his leg.
Who's Norman McHugh?
He's Claudia McHugh's brother.
Thank you very much. Who's Claudia McHugh?
She's a girl.
Oh, well, that explains everything.
You're welcome.
Betty, it isn't the worst thing that's ever happened.
It certainly is. My whole life is ruined.
Because Norman McHugh broke his leg?
He was supposed to take her to a New Year's Eve dance.
Oh.
It's the biggest dance of the whole year, and...
Every dance you ever go to is the biggest dance of the whole year. Don't you ever go to any small dances?
Every girl in Springfield will be there except me.
I won't be there.
Why don't you go with somebody else?
And I'm a girl.
Don't you think I'd like to? But everybody else has a date.
I'll go with Bud.
Father!
Jim, we've just been all through this. Betty doesn't want to go with Bud.
And I don't want to go with her.
I'll go with anybody.
Jim.
Now look, Margaret, between rushing around for Christmas...
Why couldn't he have broken his leg next week?
Betty, I was speaking to your mother.
I would have to pick the one boy in Springfield.
Betty!
I don't know what's gotten into this family. When I was a boy and my father was speaking to my mother, I showed him some respect.
Mom.
I didn't go on talking as though nothing had happened. I wouldn't have had the nerve.
Mom.
But this family, all I have to do is open my mouth and it's a signal for the start of a general conversation.
Mom.
Bud, please be quiet.
But I want to tell you.
Bud.
But if I...
You'll wait until I'm finished. Is that understood?
Yes, Dad.
All right. What was I saying?
We have to shut up.
Well, see that you do. Have I made myself clear? Betty?
Yes, Father.
Good. Now, what is it, Bud?
Something on the stove is burning.
What?
Well, I was trying to tell you.
My cream turkey is ruined.
I thought something smelled funny.
Oh, what are we going to do, Jim? That was the last bit of turkey in the house.
Well, frankly, Margaret, I'm just as happy.
Why, Jim.
We haven't eaten anything but turkey since Christmas. And I've had just about all I can stand.
Jim Anderson.
Cream turkey, cold turkey.
Turkey hash.
Turkey croquettes.
I was under the impression that this family liked turkey.
We do. But there's a limit to everything.
Last night I gobbled.
That will be quite enough, Kathleen.
Gee whiz.
Honey, I don't want you to think that it's your fault.
I never said it was. And I certainly wasn't going to throw out perfectly good turkey.
Well, let's not argue about it. It's gone and... Well, what are you waiting for, Bud?
What?
The doorbell rang.
That was the back door.
Well?
It is my job to answer the back door.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Gee whiz. Why don't we take turns? I'm getting tired of the back door.
I told you in the very beginning a 12-pound turkey would have been quite enough.
Margaret.
But no, we had to have a 20-pound turkey. You were hungry.
Margaret, if you don't mind, I'd just as soon forget the whole thing.
Hiya, Jim.
Oh, hello, Heck. Come on in.
Hello, Margaret.
Hello,
Betty.
Hector.
Bud.
How's Elizabeth, Heck?
Oh, pretty good. Jim, so help me, you're the luckiest guy I've known in my life.
What'd I do now?
You could fall into a well and come up with a diamond necklace or a string of pearls.
Hector.
Margaret, you don't know what this guy did. 10 cents, that's all he gave me, just one little dime.
Heck, what on earth are you talking
The
about?
chance you took.
Oh, no.
Buys one measly little chance,
Heck, please.
and then he wins the turkey.
Jim.
Margaret, I had no idea I was going to win. I just happened to have a dime, and it was Heck's Club, and he said...
Well, what's the matter? Aren't you glad?
Oh, sure. But you see, we were just going through a little thing here.
Hector, how large is the turkey?
35 pounds. Hey, you want to bring him in, Ed?
Okay, Heck. Is that Ed Davis?
Yeah, I was having a little trouble getting it out of the car, and Ed just happened to come by, so...
Isn't it wonderful?
Hiya, Jim. Easy, boy.
Jim, it's alive.
Jumping, Jehoshaphat.
Oh,
Mother.
Boy, is that a big one.
Hang on to him, Ed.
Easy, boy. Easy, boy. Take it easy, you rattle-brained nincompoop.
Mr. Davis, you're hurting him.
I'm hurting him. After he dragged me halfway up the driveway?
Gosh, look at those feathers.
Margaret.
Isn't he beautiful? Mother, he's looking at me.
Margaret.
The club got him from a farm up near Plainville, and the man said
Margaret, will you please say something?
I will later.
Heck, look, if it's all the same to you...
I got to be running along. Take the rope, will you, Bud?
I don't know if my
Come on,
father...
Bud. I'm going to be late for dinner as it is.
Dad?
Go ahead, Bud. Take it.
Easy, fella. Nice boy.
His name is Irene.
Nice, I mean...
Since when do they give names to turkeys?
Well, the farmer said his kids made a pet out of this one. That's why we got it cheap. They wouldn't let him kill it.
I'll help you, Bud. Nice, Irene. Pretty boy. Nice boy. Attaboy.
Sensitive little thing, isn't it? Well, I'd better get out or I'll be here all night. Congratulations, Jim. See you later, Mark.
Bye, Ed. Wait a second, Ed. So long, folks. Save me a piece of the white meat.
Margaret.
Well.
Now, wait a minute, honey. I didn't do anything wrong. All I did was win a turkey. It wasn't my fault.
Jim, when I think of the fuss you were making about turkey...
I wasn't making a fuss.
Turkey hash, turkey croquettes, turkey a la king.
Oh, Margaret, please.
Daddy, look. He shakes hands. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim, that is the biggest turkey I have ever seen. It'll take us weeks.
Nobody said we had to keep it. We'll sell it or give it away. Or we can... Say...
Why don't we keep it till next Thanksgiving?
I know what we can do. It'll take care of Betty and everybody else. We'll have a party.
Father! Jim, we're just getting over Christmas.
A New Year's Eve party. That's what we'll have. And it won't cost us a cent.
Oh, Father, you're wonderful.
Boy, that is an idea.
Why don't we keep it till next Thanksgiving?
We can invite everybody we know, repay all our social obligations, and there won't be a bit of turkey left over.
Jim, it isn't a question of how much turkey we'll have left over.
Honey, it won't be a bit of trouble, I promise you. We'll all pitch in and help, won't we, kids?
I think it's a wonderful idea, Father.
Is it all right if I invite Joe?
How about it, Margaret?
Why don't we just keep it till next Thanksgiving?
Margaret?
Well, if everybody thinks we should.
Oh, Mother, you're an angel.
Get a few pickles and things? All right, Bud, put him away somewhere.
What?
The turkey. You're not going to stand there and hold him all night, are you?
I don't know.
What do we do with him, Jim?
Well, in the morning, I'll take him down to the butcher.
I'll wear my new blue dress and my silver shoes.
In the meantime, put Irene out in the garage.
Me?
Anybody. I don't care.
Come on, boy.
Daddy, you can't. He'll freeze.
Well, he certainly can't park in here all night.
Well, he can sleep in my room. He cannot. It's as much my room as it is yours.
Mother.
Of course he can't sleep up there, Kathy.
Why?
Because he'd be uncomfortable sleeping with girls.
Oh.
Take him out in the garage, Bud.
Okay.
Oh, Bud, wait. He will freeze, Jim, and we can't be cruel.
Well, he certainly can't stay in the house, can he?
Well, how about the playroom?
All right. Go ahead, Bud. Take him downstairs.
Come on, Irene.
Daddy, I have a wonderful idea.
Yes?
Why don't we keep him till next New Year's?
Now, there's a girl who can come up with some wonderful ideas. Of course, where ideas are concerned, give Father a little credit, too. Yes, sir, the man of the house knows most about lots of things. For one thing, ladies, when it comes to knowing about coffee, truly good coffee you enjoy cup after cup, the world's greatest expert is that man of yours. Yes, the number one expert is your husband. Of course, to the coffee trade, we're experts, too. They know more people enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. But when you brew the coffee and fill the cups, the expert you aim to please, he's your husband. And tomorrow, if you'll fill his cup with Maxwell House, we're sure he'll say,
"Now that's real coffee. Best I ever tasted."
In fact, if he doesn't, we'll give you back your money. We're that sure. We know there's no coffee tastes like Maxwell House because no coffee's made like Maxwell House. You see, there's only one recipe anywhere for that famous good-to-the-last-drop flavor. A recipe demanding certain fine coffees blended just so. And only Maxwell House has that recipe. Knowing this, won't you get Maxwell House coffee tomorrow? Serve it to your husband. If he doesn't say, "Best coffee ever," just send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is right on every familiar blue tin. Tomorrow and through the new year, serve coffee that'll please the world's greatest coffee expert. Serve your husband Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Shortly before the turn of the century, a poet named Leland wrote a series of verses titled Frost Pictures. In stanza 4, he said, and we quote, "A New Year's gift to the world," said the frost, "rich lace curtains that nothing cost." Some 50 years later, a non-poetic father named Anderson said, and we quote, "It's an outrage, that's what it is, an outrage."
But, Jim, you told Mr. Campbell...
$7.30 for nuts? I told him I wanted a few little nuts. That's what I told him.
You told him you wanted 5 or 6 pounds of assorted nuts, and when he said...
Margaret, just a moment, please. May I ask one question? Whose side are you on?
It isn't a question.
It certainly is a question. You were standing right next to me, and I said to him, we're having a party for a few friends, and I'd like a few nuts. That's all I said. Wasn't it?
You said 5 or 6 pounds.
Well, why did you let me say 5 or 6 pounds?
Father.
This whole thing started out just a little get-together.
Father, may I have $9?
No. If I hadn't won that knot-headed turkey in the first place...
But the man's waiting.
Well, let him wait. I said we'd invite a few friends. We wind up with half of Springfield.
Father, the man says it's $9 and he can't leave the package if he doesn't get it.
I don't care if he... What package?
Oh, dear, that must be the noisemakers.
The what?
Jim, you can't have a New Year's Eve party.
$9 for noisemakers?
No. But we had to have paper plates and napkins, and I thought a few decorations would look nice.
Betty.
Yes, Father?
Here's my wallet. Just stand in front of the house and throw money at anybody who walks by.
Okay, Father. I'll let you know when I run short.
Yes, you do that.
Jim.
Honey, this is getting ridiculous. I've done nothing but pay bills ever since Hector walked in here with that free turkey.
But, Jim, you can't have 40 people.
I didn't say I wanted 40 people. All I said was...
You said we were going to pay our social obligations.
All right, but since when are we obligated to 40 people? I don't even know 40 people.
Now, look, Jim, let's be fair about it. I haven't asked one single person...
Since when do we owe anything to the Clarks? I haven't even seen Tom Clark in almost 2 years.
Well?
And the Donaldsons. I don't even like the Donaldsons.
I know, Jim.
Then why did you ask them?
Because Kay Donaldson is the only one in the neighborhood with a large enough pan. That's why.
What?
I suppose you think it's easy to find a pan that'll hold a 35-pound turkey. I certainly wasn't going to buy one just for this once.
I know, honey, but I thought if we just bought a few pickles...
Jim Anderson, you can't have a party with just turkey and pickles.
Well, sure, but...
I just bought the things that any decent housewife would buy, and not one thing more.
Margaret,
Here's the list. And if you can find one thing we didn't need, but one thing...
Margaret...
You can't make an aspic salad without Jell-O, and you certainly have to have lettuce.
I know, but...
And what else did I buy? Just olives and celery, radishes, onions, tomatoes, carrots, potatoes, coffee, milk, butter, bread, cheese, cranberries, apples, pears, cherries, grapes, ice cream and mince pie and pumpkin pie and a few little cakes, and mince and potato chips and a ham. And how can you possibly have a party without things like that? I think you're being very unreasonable about the whole thing. I really do.
But... Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Honey, look, it isn't worth arguing about, is it?
Of course not.
Well, then let's forget about the whole thing, okay?
All right.
Good.
But if you say one more word...
I won't, so help me. Not another word.
Mom.
Did you get it, Bud?
Boy, is it heavy.
No matter what comes up, I'll just grin and... Ye gods, what's that?
Where do you want me to put it, Mom?
On the table, dear. That'll be fine.
I think she's got it stuffed with lead.
What is it, a wash boiler?
It's Mrs. Donaldson's roaster.
Margaret.
Yes, Jim.
Where's the stove that goes with it?
What?
The stove. You certainly don't expect to get that thing in our oven, do you?
Well, Oh, dear.
This is fine. Now we'll have 5 pounds of mixed nuts and a new stove.
Don't be ridiculous.
Well, it certainly won't fit in the one we've got.
How would it be if we banged in the sides a little?
The roaster or the stove?
We'll have to send it down to the tavern, that's all.
The stove or the roaster?
The turkey. We can have it cooked for 20 cents a pound.
A few pickles, that's all I
said. Jim, when will the turkey be ready?
Oh, well, Johnny said if I'd bring it over to his house...
You mean you haven't?
Well, he said it would only take an hour to kill and clean it, and Kathy was having such a good time with it.
But it's after 10 o'clock.
Well, I didn't figure there was any hurry, so...
Do you know how long it takes to cook a 35-pound turkey?
A couple of hours, I guess.
A couple? It takes 15 minutes a pound, and 35 pounds, that's almost 9 hours.
Takes that long, huh?
Jim Anderson,
Well, we'd better get started. Bud, why don't you take Irene...
Me? Why do I have to do it?
Now, just a minute, Bud. You're going to eat the turkey, aren't you?
Well, sure, but why do I have to be the one to have him killed?
Margaret, have you ever heard anything so ridiculous in your whole life?
Well, Bud has become very attached to Irene.
Oh. Why doesn't Betty take him down? She doesn't even like him.
That isn't so.
Well, you run away from him every time he comes over.
That has nothing to do with it. I think he's very cute.
Bud, he's only a turkey.
Then why don't you take him down?
Just a minute, Bud. Let's not forget, I'm still your father.
I'm sorry, Dad, but holy cow.
Jim, I don't know how much more of this I can stand. You've been arguing the same thing for 3 days.
Honey, look, you know exactly what to tell Johnny. I mean, about how you want him cleaned and everything.
There isn't anything to tell him. You just clean it, that's all.
Okay, I've got another idea. Kathy!
You want me, Daddy?
Bring Irene up here like a good girl.
Okay.
Now, here's what we'll do. We'll put Irene in the car, and we'll all drive over to Johnny's together.
Jim.
It'll do us good to get out in the fresh air. And
Jim Anderson, you're afraid.
Afraid? Why, Irene and I get along fine.
That isn't what I mean. You're afraid to have him killed.
Margaret, how can you say a thing like that? It's just that, well, I've got a million things to do around here. I've got to,
Yes?
Well, I expect to be very busy all morning. And I certainly think that with 3 children in the house... Now, look, Bud.
I'm sorry, Dad, but I don't want to have anything to do with it.
And don't look at me.
That's fine. That's just fine. I ask you to do one little thing for me.
Daddy, isn't this cute?
Oh, no.
My good coat.
Kathy, why do you insist on teasing that poor bird?
Oh, but he likes it. Don't you, Irene?
What's he supposed to be? Santa Claus?
Kathy, take my coat off him right now. Gee whiz, you can't even have any fun.
And take the ribbon off his head.
Yes, Mommy. Excuse me, Irene.
Jim? Go ahead.
What?
Jim, it's got to be done, and now.
Well, okay. Let me have the rope, Kathy.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to take Irene for a little ride, that's all.
No.
Bud, take the roaster and the dressing.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Mother.
Now, we've got to be sensible about this, you know.
I'll be back in a little while. Now, come on, Irene.
Mommy.
Oh, my poor baby.
Jim, I've got to hand it to you. When you throw a party, it's a party.
Well, if you're going to do a thing, you might as well do it right. That's what I always say.
Yes, sir.
Oh, excuse me, Tom. Heck, can I speak to you for a minute?
Oh, how you doing, Jim? Ed and I were just saying...
We feel sort of like the fairy godfathers of this whole clam bake.
You do, huh?
Why, sure. We brought the turkey over, didn't we?
What a turkey.
Yeah.
And what a party. I've had 3 helpings of everything.
You've had 4.
Well, who keeps score?
Jim does.
Very funny, both of you. And I hope you know what this party's costing me, you and your turkey.
What are you kicking about?
Only cost you a dime, didn't it?
That's what you think.
Daddy.
By the time I got through with...
Daddy, want to hear something cute?
I'm very busy, Kathleen.
Oh, but it'll only take a second. Go ahead, honey. That means Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Irene.
He was cute, wasn't he, Mommy?
Yes, dear.
Cute. I wish I'd never laid eyes on him. May I have my coffee, please?
Of course, dear.
It's a good thing the butcher had an extra turkey, wasn't it, Dad?
Oh, yes. Haven't you heard? I'm a very lucky fella.
Oh, Jim, you know you're just as happy as we are that Irene wasn't killed.
Sure. I'm the happiest guy in Springfield. I'm very happy.
Mr. Thompson says he'll have his own cage and everything.
May I please have the cream and sugar?
And I don't think 50 cents is very much.
It's cheap considering how much Irene eats.
And the man said we can visit him every Sunday if we want to.
Will someone please pass the cream and sugar?
You know, Dad...
Bud, please, not now. Here you are, dear.
Thank you. 50 cents a week. That's $26 a year. Just because I took one measly 10-cent chance.
Gee, isn't it nice to have a lucky father?
During this holiday season, we'd like to wish you a very happy new year. For our part, during the year ahead, we're going to see to it that you enjoy wonderfully good coffee every pound of Maxwell House you open. We know that these days you're on the lookout for the most in flavor for every penny you spend. And next year, just as every year, for more than half a century, that's what you can expect in every pound of our Maxwell House coffee. A generous extra measure of flavor in every familiar blue tin. And with this promise from Maxwell House, let me extend again our sincerest wishes for a very happy new year.
Friends, this is Robert Young. Tonight, for a moment, I'd like to talk to you about a timely and all-important subject, safe driving. First, I want to report that during 1950, our Father Knows Best highway safety campaign has resulted in more than 3 million highway safety contracts between parents and their children. We're pretty proud of our part in that accomplishment. We're proud, too, of the makers of Maxwell House Coffee, who have a carefully planned highway safety campaign of their own. Theirs is a campaign to help make the highways safer by improving the safety records of their own drivers. It is a plan that will work for anybody. It will work for you. And to tell you about it, I'm happy to introduce Mr. Clarence Francis, Chairman of the Board of General Foods Corporation. Mr. Francis.
Good evening, everyone. Our salesmen, the men who call on your grocer in behalf of our products, operate more than 1,500 automobiles. Day in and day out, these men travel practically every highway in the country and visit every town and city. They are your neighbors, and as part of the job of being good neighbors, we have encouraged them to be good drivers, safe drivers, who respect your rights on the highway. Years ago, we became alarmed at the nation's highway accident rate, and at our own. We knew then that most accidents are preventable. 2 years ago, we asked our men to pledge themselves to become safer drivers, and we arranged to remind them of this every time they get into their cars. We do this by placing each salesman's safety record on the dashboard of his car, an emblem which recognizes the achievements of safe drivers. Tonight, I am happy to tell you that our men have responded to this challenge. They have again improved their safety record. Over a 2-year period, they have reduced our accident rate by 1/3. Tonight, once again, I am challenging each of our drivers, both in the United States and in Canada, to drive his General Foods car safely through the whole year of 1951. And as we go into 1951, we all face a challenge to everything we hold important. This is a year of crisis and of great national effort, and it calls for sacrifice and self-discipline by all of us. Here is something we each can do to strengthen our country at this time of need. We can help preserve our most precious national resource, our human resource, by resolving to reduce the toll of highway accidents. So I hope you and our audience tonight will join us in our pledge to drive safely through 1951.
At breakfast time, you don't have to say,
"You children eat your cereal right this instant."
just say,
Hopalong Cassidy is crazy about hot wheat meal.
just a little psychology. Yes, to get your children to eat a hot cereal, just tell them Post Wheatmeal is Hopalong Cassidy's favorite hot cereal, and they'll eat it too. Post Wheatmeal is chock full of solid whole wheat nourishment, has a wonderful nut-like flavor, and it cooks in just 3.5 minutes. You'll see, you'll all agree, it's the best hot cereal you ever ate.
Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday night, for all of us and for the makers of Maxwell House Coffee, may we wish you again a very happy New Year.
Jack Webb and Dragnet. Good listening next on NBC.
In the blazing desert sun, no others dared to do it, so there could be only one. Just one that passed the killing grind of sun and wind and sand. The test that proved this new car wax is the finest in the land. Turtle wax, turtle wax, turtle wax.
Reader's Digest ad tells the story of the amazing Turtle Wax protective power that kept cars' colors shining bright even in fiery Death Valley sun. Just one waxing of Turtle Wax with new Sun Stop gives your car a beautiful hard shell finish guaranteed to last up to 1 full year. It's quick and easy to Turtle Wax your car yourself. Remember, just one waxing of Turtle Wax with Sun Stop lasts up to 1 full year.
Turtle Wax gives a hard shell finish. Turtle Wax gives a hard shell finish. Turtle Wax.
Our next broadcast premiered in 1935. The program struggled in the ratings until 1940 when it became a national sensation. Within 3 years, it was the top-rated program in America. Few radio shows were more beloved, and few play as well half a century later. It was the brainchild of real-life married couple Jim and Marion Jordan and was broadcast to the nation from WMAQ Chicago. The show entertained America until March of 1956 and continued on NBC's Monitor until 1959. We invite you to join us at 79 Wistful Vista with Fibber McGee and Molly right here on HOJO Radio.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Free for All. Is such an important room in the house, you can't blame a woman for wanting to make it cheerful and convenient. In the first place, it's her workroom, where she spends a good many hours. Also, it's a room where both neighbors and family like to visit. Why shouldn't it be a pleasant room with colorful curtains, convenient cabinets, and a beautiful, easy-to-keep clean floor? That, of course, is where Johnson's Glow Coat comes in. A floor that's kept sparkling with Glow Coat does wonders for your kitchen. Keeps it clean and bright with a minimum of work. And don't forget that the regular use of Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat makes your linoleum last from 5 to 10 times longer. Now, you know, of course, that Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. Glow Coat gives a floor lasting luster, has a flexible film that wears evenly and smoothly without chipping. And Glow Coat is economical because a little goes a long way. But for real Glow Coat results, don't be satisfied with anything but the original Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat with the familiar red and yellow label. Buy some tomorrow. The worst blizzard in 76 years has hit Wistful Vista. Snow has drifted up to the second-floor windows in some places, and this is one of the places, the home of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, it certainly is nice to stay home by a warm fire tonight, isn't it, dearie?
I'll say. Ain't a fit night out for a man or Hitler.
I tell you, it must be terribly cold out.
Cold? Why, when I come home tonight, that snowman in front of Toops's was blowing on his fingers.
Say, what's the exact temperature? Stick your head out the door and see what the thermometer on the porch says.
Oh, no. I wouldn't protrude my puss out those portals tonight for all the retreads in Detroit. No, sirree.
Well, then turn on the radio. It's just time for the weather report.
Oh, say, it is at that. I wonder just how cold it is.
Terribly.
Thanks.
Well, at least we're comfortable and warm here. You want to play a game of rummy, dearie?
No, I got a lot of stuff to do. Never have a better chance to do them, too, either.
Just what have you got to do?
Oh, I got to paste my defense stamps in my book, and sort out my trout flies, and write a letter to Aunt Sarah thanking her for my Christmas present.
She didn't send you any Christmas presents.
Well, I'm in a sarcastic mood.
Well, I'm glad you're going to be busy, McGee. Maybe I can finish knitting this
This what?
I wish I knew. I'm not much of a knitter yet.
Well, you're a swell needle pointer.
I know, but the Army has some silly objections to needlepoint sweaters. Now, maybe if I'd...
My gosh, there's somebody at the door.
You know, that's what I love about you, McGee. You grasp things so quickly. Well, let them in. They'll freeze to death out there.
Okay, but if it's a good humor man, he ain't using good judgment.
Good evening. I'm Mr. George Melvin. Come in. At the door. Let me get the door.
Hello. wind goes through you like a collector from the Internal Revenue. What'd you say your name was, Bud?
Spelvin, George Spelvin. You're Mr. McGee?
That I am indeed. And this is my wife, Molly. Molly, Mr. Spelvin.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
Delighted, madam. My, it's nice and cozy in here. Don't tell me you're knitting on a tiny garment. Congratulations. When is the happy event?
Huh?
It isn't a tiny garment. It's a sweater for a soldier. And if I don't stop dropping stitches, it won't be a happy event either. Have a chair, Mr. Spellbound.
Spelvin, and thank you. But first, I'd better drop this overcoat and these wet overshoes in the hall.
McGee. Who is he?
I don't know. But I wouldn't turn a dog away on a night like this. And he looks kind of like an old hound I used to have when Well. Have a chair, Spelvin, old man.
Thank you. A nice place you have here, Mrs. McGee.
Thank you. We like it. We have to. We own it.
Well, I imagine you'll be seeing a great deal of it for the next few days. You won't be able to get downtown to a restaurant till this storm is over.
Well, so what? Home is where the heartburn is, I always says. Did you want to see me about something, Spelvin?
What? Oh, yes. Mr. McGee, I have a special message to you from the governor.
Heavenly days from the governor. Maybe you've got an appointment, dearie.
Well, it's about time. I volunteered for everything from air raid warden to mixing macaroons for Marines. What'd the governor say, Spelvin?
Well, first, Mr. McGee, may I ask if you have a car?
Every time I see it, I ask myself the same thing.
Sure, I got a car, Bud. Tip-top condition, too.
You're not kidding, McGee. That top tip's under any condition.
Well, it really doesn't matter as long as it runs.
Oh, it runs. That car will do 55 in second gear, Spelvin.
And 30 in high.
Oh, now, Molly, you're giving George here entirely wrong impression. You see, George, you don't mind if I call you George, do you?
Oh, not at all. Glad to have you.
Fine. You see, Spelvin, before we were married, my wife used to go with a guy that owned a Stutz Bearcat, and she never got over
Never mind me, McGee.
Huh?
What did the governor say?
Yeah, what'd he say, Spelvin?
Well, the fact is, McGee, it's of the utmost importance that you...
Oh, dear. Now who? You answered, McGee. I'm right in the middle of a mistake in my knitting.
Okay. Excuse me a minute, George.
Oh, certainly.
I suppose somebody wants me to tie some hot coffee around my neck and go rescue their St. Bernard.
Hello there, Johnny. Hey, can I borrow that old timer? Come on in. Open the door.
The old timer, Molly.
Okay, Johnny. Just for a minute. Hello there, daughter. What you doing? Knitting for Britain or crocheting for the Malayan?
We can't stand that applause, can we? Oh, good evening, Mr. Oldtimer. May I introduce you to Mr. Spelvin? Mr. Spelvin, this is Mr. Hey, what is your name anyway, Mr. Oldtimer?
Yeah, I don't believe I ever heard it either.
Just call me Oldtimer, kids. Names don't matter. It's character that counts. As long as the feller's true blue, honest, straightforward, backward.
Oh, don't be so coy. What's your name?
Come on, old-timer. After all, it couldn't be worse than Fibber.
Maybe not, Johnny, but I'm more sensitive than you are.
Won't you tell us?
Nope.
Just tell me.
Nope.
Whisper it in my ear. I won't tell anybody.
Promise?
I promise.
Okay.
Oh, heavenly days, it couldn't be.
It is, though.
Can you imagine? Mr. Spelvin, this is the old-timer.
How do you do, sir?
Well, hello, son. Sorry to butt in like this, kid. Just wanted to know if I could borrow a hot poker.
A hot poker? No, I'm sorry, old-timer. Our poker's busted.
What on earth did you want that for?
Oh, me and my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
No, my girlfriend, Frances.
Oh.
We were playing in the snow along the street here, diving into snowdrifts. And all of a sudden, I missed Fran. Must have knocked yourself out in a fire hydrant or something. Anyway, she's under a drift someplace along here, and I was going to jab around with a hot poker. Oh, well, guess I can use a sharp stick. See you later, kids. Good night, Mr. Tailspin.
Won't you have another cup of coffee before you and McGee start talking business, Mr. Spelvin?
Thanks. I believe I will. Delicious coffee, Mrs. McGee.
I'm glad you like it. I make it from a recipe I got from McGee's half-sister, Beth.
What do you mean, half-sister? She's my sister.
Not since she worked for that magician and he sawed her in two.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. Just a family joke, Phil. We always kid Bessie about wanting to go on the stage.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
You know, I had a younger brother always wanted to go on the stage. Finally made it, too.
Good for him.
Yes, he was out in Desert Springs, Arizona once, and he wanted to go to Dry Gulch, New Mexico, but the trains weren't running, so he went on the stage.
Well, let's get down to business, Spelvin. As long as you represent the governor, suppose you tell me just exactly what he wants me to...
Well, for goodness sake, more orphans of the storm. See who it is, McGee.
Okay, excuse me a minute, Spelvin, while I see what no good this ill wind is blowing us.
Oh, good.
Shut the door! Quick! Hey, Molly, Uppy's here. Come on in, Uppy.
Oh, how do you do, Abigail? May I present Mr. Spelvin, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, how do you do?
Not the Mrs. Uppington through whose window someone threw a rock.
The very same, Spelvin, the very same.
Will you have a cup of coffee, Abigail? You look awfully cold.
Oh, thank you, I will, my dear, and I am cold. In fact, I'm quite numb.
That's what I was telling Molly just this morning, Uppy. I says that Uppington trail is just about the...
McGee. He said numb.
Hey, what are you doing out on a night like this, Uppy? This kind of weather's only good for one thing. To keep the Germans rushing back from the Russian front. To get it, folks, I says to keep...
Ain't funny, McGee.
I thought it was rather amusing, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, thanks, Spell. Have a cigar?
Oh, thanks. I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
Answering your question, Miss McGee, I had little Phoebe out for a walk. She adores the snow, you know.
Is Fifi your daughter, Mrs. Uppington?
Fifi is a Pekingese, Mr. Spelvin.
How interesting. I'd love to meet her. Chinese girls are so intelligent, I say. I'd love to discuss the situation.
Fifi is a dog, Spelvin, and she ain't interested in the foreign situation.
As I was saying, it was so blustery and so cold outside, I was frightfully afraid of being lost in the storm. And yours was the only light I could see for simply blocks, my dear. So I struggled through the drifts and finally succeeded in forcing my way through the snow to your front door.
But where's Fifi?
Oh, I took her home first.
Well, sit down and take a load off your eye millers, Uppy. Mr. Spelvin here was just about to give me a message from the governor.
As a matter of fact,
What we need is a doorman. Does anybody here know any unemployed Eskimos? Well, go see who it is, McGee.
Okay, but... All right. Come on in, Marco. Come on in. Shut the door.
Oh, boy. Oh, gee. Thanks, Fibber. My hands were so cold I couldn't find the doorbell. I had to hammer with my elbows.
Haven't you got sense enough to stay home on a night like this, Harlow?
Well, my conscience was bothering me, Fibber. I just ran across a book I borrowed from you a long time ago. Here.
Oh, thanks. What is it? Oh, If Winter Comes. You sure this is mine?
Yep. I borrowed it in 1925.
Ah.
Hey, is that coffee I smell?
It is, and you do. Come on in, Harlow, and defrost your eyebrows.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
How do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Hello, Mrs. Uppington.
Harlow, this is Mr. George Spelvin. Spelvy, old man, this is Harlow Wilcox. Your linoleum's best friend and severest critic.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, this is a coincidence, Mr. Spelvin. I was demonstrating Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to a Mrs. Spelvin yesterday afternoon, showing her how easy it was to apply, how quickly it dried to a beautiful polish, and how the easier homework would take years off her life and put them on the life of the linoleum. Let me see. No, it wasn't Mrs. Spelvin either. It was Mrs. Woods. No, Crawford. That was it. Mrs. Crawford. No relation, I suppose.
Tall, dark woman with a mole on her arm?
No, short and stout with a poodle on her lap.
No relation, I guess.
Oh, speaking of poodles, Mr. Wilcox, I hated to take Mrs. Fifi out tonight.
Well, there's nothing like a dog.
There's nothing like Uppy's dog. I'll go that far with you. There ain't even another dog like her dog.
Yeah, I had a dog once. Man's best friend, I always say. Just like Johnson's Glow Coat is a woman's best friend because it saves so much time and effort.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox. Can't you forget Johnson's Glow Coat for 1 minute?
I don't know. I've never tried.
As I was saying, I had a dog once.
I did, too. Part Springer Spaniel on his mother's side and the smartest dog I ever knew on his father's side. Smarter than a human being.
Oh, now, McGee.
Well, he was. Every Sunday morning, he'd go out on the porch and look both ways up and down the street. Then he'd kind of shake his little head and come back in the house. Every Sunday morning for 11 years he did that.
Well, what was he looking for?
We never knew. He knew, but we didn't. So he was smarter than us. I'll have another cup of coffee, too, Molly.
As I was going to say, I had a dog once.
That mud of George's is going to die of old age before he gets it into the discussion. Excuse me while I see who's at the door. Oh, hi, Trivia. Shut the door. Come on in.
Thank you, McGee.
Glad you dropped in, Latrivia. The conversation around here was going to the dogs. Hey, everybody, here's Mayor Latrivia.
Hello, Mayor. I don't believe you know Mr. Spelvin, Your Honor. Mr. Spelvin, this is Mayor Latrivia.
Yeah, I had a dog once. Oh, excuse me. I'm glad to meet you, Your Honor.
How do you do? Are you a resident of our fair city, Mr. Spelvin?
No, he don't vote here, Latrivia, so you can let go of his hand now.
Mr. Spelvin represents the governor, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, he does? Well. I see where Mr. Spelvin and I can spend a profitable few minutes together. We can
have a cup of coffee, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, and an egg sandwich. I just stopped in to tell you, McGee, that a complaint has reached my ears.
I had the same thing last summer, Latrivia. Started in my neck and reached my ears in 2 days. The doctor says it was just a temporary...
Mr. McGee, please. I was about to say that I have received a complaint from the street commissioner that you have been remiss in the matter of snow removal from your front sidewalk.
Oh, well, thanks for warning me, Latrivia. It's a funny thing, too. I really enjoy shoveling snow.
You do?
You do?
I surely do. I'd rather hear the frosty clang of a snow shovel on a sidewalk than the finest symphony music in the world. To feel the red blood coursing through my veins as I swing that shovel to and fro. That marvelous glow that comes from exercising in the cold winter air. The sharp tang of the wind on my cheeks as my muscles respond to the healthy rhythm. And what an appetite I get. And sleep like a baby. Oh, I love the feeling of the snow.
Hold it, McGee. Where are you going, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to shovel your walk-off for you. I haven't felt like that in years. There's the snow shovel.
Snow shovel's right in here, Latrivia.
Oh. Where, McGee?
Right here in the hall closet. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
The King's Men sing Gay Ranchero.
A gay ranchero, a caballero, can always find someone to pet. A senorita, a sweet pepita, her other loves will soon forget. If he's insistent and she's not distant, the senorita will confess. A gay ranchero, a caballero, he'd only ask and she'll say yes. Soon there'll be a fiesta with a blushing bride, and the gay ranchero standing by her side. He'll be so excited on his wedding day. Ask him if he loves her and you'll hear him say, Si, si, tu amo. La señorita hermosita, estrellita. Si, si, tu amo. Cuando le doy todo mi amor, floracita del corazón. Oh, look at Pancho, back on his rancho, with his Pepita by his side. She thinks he's handsome, worth any ransom. To him she's still a blushing bride. The gay ranchero, so very happy is he. The caballero, so very happy is he. And all the world knows how they met. story that I once was told. Here's a little secret that I must unfold. For they found the promise that they had in store. Now they're really counting those muchachas by the score. And maybe more.
Hey, everybody.
Yes, Mr. McGee?
Look, I think the storm's letting up a little.
Yeah, so if any of you want to get home before you really get snowed
Oh, I
in-
don't want to go home, Molly. I'm having fun.
So am I, Mrs. McGee, and I can talk to your husband later.
Won't you join us, my dear, when you get through making the sandwiches?
He wasn't making any sandwiches.
Oh, he wasn't?
No, but I will. I guess Molly McGee can take a hint without being hit in the face with a wet bathing suit.
Well, I'll join you guys here. What's your plan?
We're playing Thinky Dink.
What on earth are Stinky Dink?
Well, look, it's my turn. I'll show you. All right. I'm thinking of a contented insect in an oil robe.
I knew. A snug bug in a chug rug. Now, your turn, Mr. Selvin.
All right. Now, what's a wide-awake quintet in a juke joint?
Oh, that's easy. A live five and a jive dive.
Oh, this game is a cinch. Let me try it.
Oh, do, Mr. McGee. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm thinking of a tired Indian in a borrowed teepee. Give up? A spent gent in a lent tent.
Oh, hey, you didn't give us time to guess, Fibber.
Ah, you wouldn't have got it anyway. Go ahead, Molly. It's your turn.
All right. I'm thinking of a hand-painted spark plug dancing with a red-haired kangaroo on a Wednesday afternoon.
Good heavens. I can't think what that would be.
Neither can I, so I'll go out and make some sandwiches. Go ahead and have fun. Oh, dear, go see who that is, McGee. It may mean extra food and more coffee.
Okay, excuse me, folks.
Oh, surely.
I don't find out pretty soon what the hell.
Hello, Mr. McGee. My goodness. Isn't it a terrible night out?
Yeah.
Not that any night out is very terrible to me, though, because, oh, you have company.
Oh, come on in anyway. Hey, folks, here's Wallace Wimple.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. I don't think Mr. Wimple knows Mr. Spelvin, McGee. Mr. Spelvin, Mr. Wimple.
Good evening, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, it's nothing of the kind, Mr. Spelvin. It's a horrible evening. I'd never have buzzed out of the house if I hadn't run out of cigarettes.
Oh, you don't have to go clear to the cigar store, Wimp. I'll give you a couple of packages. What do you smoke?
Q-beds.
I didn't know your wife would let you smoke, Mr. Wimple.
Well, she doesn't really approve, Mrs. McGee. Not cigarettes, anyway. So she promised me a pipe last Christmas.
Briar, Wallace?
No, Mr. Wilcox. Lead. She promised she'd let me have it if she ever caught me smoking again. You see, Sweetie Face is my wife, Mrs. Selvin.
Oh, I see.
Sweetie Face is simply obsessed with health fads.
Oh.
Why, sometimes for dinner, we just have a heaping plate of spinach apiece.
Just spinach, Wimp?
Just spinach. I pretend I don't know she has a filet mignon under hers. And later I run out and get a nutty burger.
Oh, but don't you ever protest against such inhuman treatment, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, of course I have, Mrs. Uppington. Why, just last Saturday I said to her, Sweetie Face, I said, I'd like to have a little more freedom. And she said, why, Wallace, dear, how can you say that? Why, you're as free as a bird.
She did, really?
Yes. And then she said, in fact, I bet you can fly. And she threw me out the window.
Your wife sounds like quite a character, Mr. Sweetie Face.
Wimple Spelman. His wife's name is Sweetie Face.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand me. Sweetie Face is really a delightful person when you really get to know her. She says. Well, I must be running along, folks. It's been nice to see all of you.
You sure you can't stay a while and play some games, Mr. Wimple?
Well, if I do it, I'd better sit it. I'll get one anyway. I'll stay.
Now, let's all play games again. Now, who does the...
Hey, just a minute, folks. Just a minute.
What's the matter, McGee?
Well, look, you're welcome to stay all night and play all the games you want, but Mr. Spelvin come here tonight with a message from the governor. Now, I don't want to wait any longer to hear what it is.
Well, we'll go in the other room, Fibber, and let you talk.
No. Now, we want you all to hear it, don't we, McGee?
Huh? Do we?
Why, of course we do. I'm proud of it.
Oh, well, I guess we do at that. All you people thought I was kind of unimportant around here, didn't you? Thought I'd never amount to anything. Well, there's going to be a few opinions changed around here tonight. Go ahead, Spelvin, old man.
All right, Mr. McGee. Do you realize that your tires wear out twice as fast at 45 miles per hour as they do at 30?
Why, certainly, we know all of that, but what is that...
Driving habits are hard to control. So what's the best answer? An automatic control. Therefore...
Hey, what's all this got to do with giving Fibber a state job?
Yes, why does the governor need our car?
That's what I've been getting at. It isn't so much that the governor needs your car as it is that your car needs a governor.
Hey, what is this, Bud? Who do you represent?
Well, you never let me quite explain that, Mr. McGee. I represent the Governor and Carburetor Corporation of New Jersey, and
When you step into some homes, don't they seem to be more livable and friendly than others, aglow with warm hospitality? A wax-protected home is usually a warm, friendly one. Floors that shimmer and gleam with a rich Johnson's wax polish add beauty to the entire home. They are protected, too, against wear and dirt, actual money-saving protection, and they're so much easier to keep clean. But this Johnson's wax protection and labor saving doesn't stop with floors. Wax your tabletops, chair arms, woodwork also, and your windowsills, Venetian blinds, shelves, refrigerator, shoes, luggage, lampshades. Then you'll be practicing what authorities call protective housekeeping. Right now and during the next year or so, it's important to take extra good care of your things. Give them an occasional application of genuine Johnson's wax, which you can buy now in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and the new cream wax especially formulated for furniture and woodwork. Oh, by the way, Johnson's wax is great, too, for Army boots and leather service equipment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this country has a big job ahead of it and won't stop till it's done. We've got to get in there with our money and our work and our loyal 100% support.
Yes, Uncle Sam has rolled up his sleeves, and now what he needs is more sleeves.
So let's give him our shirts. Good night.
Good night, all.
Forefathers went to trading post, 3 long days' journey to get powder and shot.
Today I drive my Pontiac to town in a few minutes to see the latest Paris gown.
Is this new Pontiac equipped with freewheeling? Naturally. Has it synchro silent second? Of course. Is the body by Fisher? Certainly. Well, apparently Pontiac has all the latest developments of automotive engineering. Absolutely. That is why Pontiac is today the chief of values.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Liza. have already heard about or seen or even signed the Consumer's Pledge being sponsored by the government's Consumer Division. For the benefit of those who haven't seen one, here is the 3-point pledge women are asked to sign voluntarily. I will buy carefully. I will waste nothing. I will take good care of the things I have. Now, that makes sense, doesn't it? And it's good business as well as good patriotism. By all means, take good care of the things you have. Make them last longer. Save for the country. Save for yourself. Now, one easy way to make things last longer is by protecting them regularly with Johnson's Wax. Floors, furniture, and woodwork that are wax protected are safeguarded against dirt and wear. They're easier to clean, and they become more beautiful with each application. Genuine Johnson's Wax is available in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and cream wax. Fibber McGee has bought a horse. Why did he buy a horse? Because his tires were getting thin. Where is the horse? The horse is in the garage. What does Molly think of Fibber's buying a horse? She doesn't know he's bought a horse. Why doesn't he tell her? Because he hasn't thought of a good way to break the news. Well, what happens now? Don't ask us. Ask Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hey, Molly.
Yes?
Did you ever think what'll happen when our tires are all shot?
Why, certainly. We'll walk. Incidentally, how are the tires?
Awful. They look like burlap bags with sidewalls.
Well, I guess they are pretty bad.
Yeah.
That left front one would have blown out long ago if it weren't too proud.
What do you mean, proud?
Well, now, if you were an inner tube, would you like to be seen wearing all those patches?
Yeah, and that spare tire hates me. Every time I open the trunk, it hisses me. Hey, you know, I've been wondering, maybe if we had a horse.
Oh, McGee, for goodness sake. Don't be ridiculous.
What's so ridiculous about getting a horse? I think it would be a pretty smart move myself.
Well, in the first place, you don't know anything about horses.
Oh, I don't, eh? I guess you don't remember the time the rodeo come to Peoria and I stayed on that bucking bronco for 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, I remember it very well. I also remember what you told me afterwards.
What was that?
That your belt got caught over the saddle horn and you couldn't get off.
Well, the horse didn't know that. Anyway, think what we'd save if we had a horse. No gasoline, no tires, no oil, no spark plugs. When I was out in the garage this morning...
Yeah, you didn't seem to think it was serious then. I heard you laughing fit to bust.
You did?
Yes. And I wish you'd tone down that laugh a little, too, McGee. You know, you sounded like a horse yourself. You practically whinnied.
Oh, I did, eh? Oh, well, I...
Come in.
Hi, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Where'd you want the hay?
The hay? What hay?
Oh, you mean the hay. Well, I'll tell you, old-timer.
What you winking like that for, Johnny? Got something in your eye?
Huh? Yeah, but it's okay now. Just dump the hay on the back porch, old-timer, and mail me a bill.
Okay, Johnny. On the back porch she is. Believe me.
Wait a minute, boys. Now, wait a minute. What is this? Did you order some hay, dearie?
Yes, I did, Molly. I got kind of worried about those tires of ours, so I bought a bale of hay. I thought if the worst come to the worst, I could stuff the tires with hay, see?
What a wonderful idea. I hate to think what a blowout would do to my asthma.
Well, I thought if we had any hay left over, I could make a scarecrow for Uncle Dennis, too.
For Uncle Dennis?
Yeah, keep the old crows away.
That's pretty good, kids. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller... Hey, what time is it, kid?
Well, it's about 4:15, Mr. Oldtimer.
Oh, good gravy. Just got time for one more delivery, then I got to clean up and call for my gal.
Oh.
Sugar's a great kid.
Oh, Sugar, eh? You mean she's so sweet?
No, she's hard to get. Well, go on, Doris.
long, jockey.
Say, what did he mean by coming back and saying that? So long, jockey.
Oh, I don't know. I guess it's because I'm always riding him. See, that was really important. Well, I guess I'll take that hay out in the garage.
I'll help you, dear.
No. I'll do it. Hey, you know what, Molly?
What?
Now that we got some hay, what do you say we get a horse?
Yeah. We got a lot of ice cubes, too, so let's get a polar bear.
Oh, now, Molly, let's look at this thing logically. Suppose we do get a horse
Oh, for goodness sakes, McGee. Will you stop talking about getting a horse? In the first place, you don't know anything about taking care of one. Remember now, you were only a groom for one day.
There's nothing to taking care of a horse. Just give him the same care and kindness you'd give a good dog, that's all.
Well, now, if you think I'm going to have a horse sleeping at the foot of my bed every night.
And furthermore, Mrs. McGee, I guess you forget that I was brought up on a farm.
I don't know why I should forget. You won't even cut the grass on the front lawn unless the almanac tells you to. And it never has.
Well, I'm a farmer boy at heart, even yet.
Oh, go on.
Maybe you don't remember that little team of sorrels I used to own. Prettiest horses in Illinois.
Oh, my.
And affectionate, too. Every time I'd walk over to the fence, they'd kind of kiss me and nuzzle me with their soft lips.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. I've often heard people say, look at those horses, Neck McGee. Horses, Neck McGee, I was known as.
Wonderful world.
Horses Neck McGee, the most masterful magnetic mug that ever maneuvered a mare over mud and macadam to make monkeys out of military majors with their mobs of motorized machinery. A muscular madcap manipulating a martingale with the marvelous meticulousness that made me the most manly mountie, methinks. From the majestic mountains of Middle Europe to the Take-It-Billy, I'm stuck in my stirrup.
What are you doing?
What you mean, what am I doing? Can't a guy take a few pails of water out to his own garage without starting a lot of ugly gossip? I'm washing the car.
Oh.
And I wish I was washing a horse. No kidding, Molly. What would you say if I went out today and bought a good horse?
Well, I'd just make a few offhand comments and then run upstairs and wash my mouth out with soap. But you're not going to buy a horse, are you?
No, I'm not.
Promise?
Cross my heart. I'm not going to buy a horse.
Good. Anyway, even if we did have one, we'd have no place to keep it.
Oh, I don't know. There's plenty of room in the garage.
What?
There's plenty of room in the garage.
Well, there won't be when Mrs. Uppington's brother puts his car in there.
What? He can't do that. It's too crowded.
I thought you said there was plenty of room.
Well, there is for one car and a horse, but if he thinks I'm going to turn that horse out into the cold...
What?
Did I say horse? I meant our car. Anyway, she's got a lot of nerve using our garage for her brother. Who gave her permission to put her brother in our garage?
I did. She's here on a visit, and her garage is crowded, and I thought it was only neighborly.
Neighborly my kneecap. That old moose is too tight-fisted to send her brother's car to a public garage. That's what's the matter. The way she nurses the coppers, they ought to make her police commissioner.
I don't know why you're so bitter just because she wants to use our garage for a short time.
Well, gee whiz, Molly, I got up...
Oh, there's Mrs. Uppington now, McGee.
Oh, ain't that great? She brightens my day like a total eclipse.
No. Just the same, be polite to her.
Okay.
Come in, Abigail.
How do you do, my dear?
Oh, hello, Abigail. It's so nice to see you.
Hi, Eppie. Won't you hop out of your overshoes and flop the body on a stool?
Thank you, no. I just dropped in to thank you for letting my brother put his car in your garage. He arrives in the morning, but I insist on paying. Why, what is the matter, Mr. McGee?
Well, he just swallowed some words, Abigail. And I wouldn't think of letting you pay. Now, it's worth it to me because otherwise, you know what? McGee was talking about keeping a horse in the garage.
A horse? How splendid.
Oh, you think so, Uppie? You think it might be a good idea?
Oh, indeed I do, Mr. McGee. Of course, I have always been an ardent horsewoman.
What'd I tell you, Molly?
What did you tell me?
Remember when we met Uppie on the street the other day and I says, doesn't she look like a horse, woman?
Well, thank you, Mr. McGee. I flatter myself that the well-rounded sportswoman...
The what sportswoman, Abigail?
Well-rounded.
Oh, yes.
Yes, that the well-rounded sportswoman must do a certain amount of...
Horsing around?
In a way, yes. When I was a mere girl on our plantation in Virginia...
Tobacco?
No, thank you. But as I was saying, my father insisted that every gentlewoman must know how to ride. Consequently, I sat day after day on the bridle paths.
And night after night at the osteopath.
You're such a tease, really.
He's more monkey than a barrel of fun.
Well, Uppie, it's nice to meet a fellow horsewoman. I used to be a trick rider in a circus, you know.
Oh, really, Miss McGee?
Absolutely. You should ought to have seen me galloping furiously around the ring and then leaning way over to pick up a handkerchief in my teeth.
Oh, how fascinating. Yeah. Then you rode around again, I suppose, and picked up your teeth in a handkerchief.
Tell her how you used to stand on your head in the saddle and ride around, McGee.
Oh, that was the best trick I done, Uppie. Not hanging on to the reins or anything. Feet in the air, head on the saddle, going around the ring at a full canter.
On your head? How utterly healthful.
What do you mean, healthful?
Well, they say that horseback riding is the best way to reduce the fat parts of the body.
Well, you could tell she's a horsewoman, McGee. Just look at the way she carries herself.
Yeah, what a carriage. Just the right kind of a figure to pull it, too. Well, anyway, she likes the idea of me getting a horse. You see, Molly, then, if our tires do go flat...
If our tires do go flat, we'll walk. And that's flat, too. Now, let's stop all this silly talk about getting a horse.
Well, if you only knew...
If I only knew what?
If you only knew how cheap I could get a good horse, and how easy he is would be to take care of.
Hello there, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow.
Hey, what's this about you buying a horse, Fibber?
Well, I won't let him do it, Mr. Wilcox. I think it's foolish.
But I thought he already...
Never mind what you thought I already, Harlow. I promised Molly I wouldn't buy a horse.
But I saw a harness man downtown.
Well, I don't care what harness man says. Every time he opens his mouth, he puts his niece foot in it.
There's something very strange going on around here, McGee.
Huh?
Look me in the eye. Are you or are you not going to buy a horse?
I am not.
What was it you heard, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I heard that...
Oh, gossip. You spend so much time in kitchens demonstrating glow coat, Harlow, that you're getting to be a regular old biddy.
Now, wait a minute, pal. I'm on your side.
Huh?
I think if you buy a horse to save your tires, it's very smart.
Oh.
I'm strictly a guy that believes in making what you've got last longer and go farther.
Yeah?
This is a time for conserving. Now, you take Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, for instance.
All right.
You'll have to speak good and loud, Harlow. I smoked corn silk when I was a kid, and it stunted my ears.
All right, but there's... Okay, but there's no kidding about this.
Yes?
The time has come when we've all got to take better care of our things, protect them in every way possible. And there's no better way to protect all wood and enamel surfaces than with Johnson's wax, and linoleum with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. I could go into a long talk about morale in the home, too, but everybody knows the value of a bright and spotless home.
Mr. Wilcox, you think our home would be any more bright and cheerful with a horse in it?
I ain't keeping it in the house. I'm keeping it in the... What were you going to say, Harlow?
Oh, nothing. But my brother asked me to give you one of his cards. Here. Well, I'll see you later, folks.
Well, let me see that card, McGee.
Here.
Paul Wilcox, horseshoeing and blacksmithing. We mend harness, file teeth, braid tails, and carry a complete line of straw hats.
Here. Hey, don't tear that up. I want that.
What for? You told me you weren't going to buy a horse.
I know. Now, look, Molly, let's talk this thing over. If we had a horse...
We haven't got a horse, and we're not going to get a horse, and I don't want to talk any more about a horse. Is that clear, dearie?
I guess so. But gee whiz, if you'd only... Hey, where are you going?
I'm going out in the backyard and hang up some clothes.
Don't go near the garage.
Why not?
Oh, well, I got all that hay in there to stuff the tires with, and, well, it might catch on fire or something.
Oh, I'll be careful. I rarely hang up the washing with a blowtorch in my hand. I declare, if you don't think up the silliest things to worry about.
Oh, why did I ever purchase that Percheron? I should have stolen it. I couldn't feel any more like a horse thief than I do now. When Molly finds out I got that nag out
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello, sis. Go away, will you? I got worries enough without you jawing away with your juvenile jabber. Go on, go away. Go home. Go anywhere.
Gee, what you worried about, mister? I should think you'd be happy.
You would?
Well, gee, I'd be happy if I had a pony, I bet you.
Maybe you would. What was that? You think I got a pony?
Sure, and a dandy big one, too. I saw it out in your garage.
Oh, my gosh. Now, look, sis, not so loud. I'm trying to keep it a secret from Mrs. McGee for a while. It's a surprise.
Oh. It's going to be a dandy surprise, too, I bet you.
It sure is. It's going to be the darndest... Hey, how did you know I had a horse in the garage? What you snooping around there for?
Well, Willie Toops and me were playing catch, and...
Willie Toops and I, sis.
It was not. It was just Willie Toops and me. You weren't even there, I bet you.
Okay, let it go.
I did. And it rolled into your garage, and I went in to get it, and jeepers, was I ever surprised, I bet you. A green and white horse.
Green and white? No, he's pure white.
He's green and white now, mister.
Huh?
Willie tried to climb up on his back and knocked over a can of paint. Did he ever look funny?
Well, you wait till I get my hands on Willie. And you and Willie stay out of my garage, will you? That horse might kick you. Then what would you do?
I'd kick him back.
Oh, that ain't the proper attitude.
Hey, mister, do all horses eat straw? Do they?
Horses don't eat straw, sis. They eat hay. They sleep on straw.
Your horse eats straw, I bet you.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Oh, yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, yes, he does.
Oh, no. Well, how do you know? There's no straw in the garage.
Oh, no?
Huh?
What do you think the seat covers in your car were made of? French pastry?
King Smith sings Gay Caballero.
Oh, I am a gay caballero, coming from Rio Janeiro. with nice oily hair and full of hot air. I'm an expert in throwing the bull.
Oh, I am a fair senorita. Not thin and yet not too much meter. This Argentine guy just gave me the eye.
I'll sweep her right off of her feet.
Says he,
I'll tell her I'm of the nobilio. Ay, ay, and live in the Spanish Castillo. Ay, 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 I must have a miss who long for a kiss and not say,
oh, don't be so silly, oh.
They went to a swell cabaretta while whining and dining they met them. They drank one or two as other folks do. The night was wet and they were wet.
Dear senor, my name is Estrella. Oh, please, stick around me, young fella. Mosquitoes, they bite. They're vicious tonight. And you smell like citronella.
Ay, 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 la. I swore I'd win this senorita.
Oh, senor.
I rode her upon the sofita.
Senor, my husband walked in.
What he did was a sin. I still hear the birds singing tweet, 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 tweet. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Now I am a sad caballero. I'm now back in Rio Janeiro. I lost all my hair and all my hot air. I'm colder than 10 below zero. Shed a tear for the gay caballero. He was shocked by a jealous ranchero. His gravestone above says, I trifled with love. And that is the end of the gay caballero. Yay!
Boy, I hope Molly don't take a sudden urge to go into the garage. Maybe I can sneak that horse out of there before...
Help, McGee, help! Do something quick. Call the police. Get your gun, McGee.
What's the matter, Molly? What's the matter? Take it easy.
There's something in the garage. It's a monster. Oh, it's horrible. Oh, heavenly days.
Calm yourself, Molly. Calm yourself. I think I can explain everything.
You can't explain a brute with long ears and a green face and terrific big eyes.
Oh, it's just a horse.
And I don't care if it's a whole thundering herd of... Oh, what was that? A horse?
Sure. HOARSE, horse. It's mine. I bought it.
You bought it?
Yes.
But, McGee, you promised.
I know.
You told me you wouldn't, and then you... Oh, you've deceived me.
No, I didn't deceive you. I bought that nag long before you made me promise. I was going to tell you, but you were so dead set against it, well, gee whiz, I didn't.
Come in.
Hello, folks.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. What could we do for you?
Oh, nothing, Mrs. McGee. I just stopped by to say hello. Hello.
Hello.
Besides, Sweetie Face is busy at the house teaching jiu-jitsu to some soldiers.
Oh, that can be pretty dangerous, can't it, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, indeed it can, Mrs. McGee. Sweetie Face told me once that with simple leverage, you can snap a man's arm like a dry twig.
I bet you were pretty careful after that.
Well, wouldn't you be with your arm in a plastic case?
Well, anyway, I think it's nice that she's teaching our soldiers how to take care of themselves.
Oh, yes, it's just wonderful, Mrs. McGee. And nearly half of them take the full course.
How about the other half?
Oh, they'll be all right, Mr. McGee, in time.
I sometimes think that your wife doesn't realize her own strength, Mr. Wimple. Did you ever think of that?
Oh, often, Mrs. McGee. In fact, just this evening when she was instructing those soldiers, I said to her, Sweetie Face, I said, I don't believe you know your own strength. And she turned her little dimpled face to me and said, Oh, Wallace, I do too.
And then?
Oh, nothing much. But did you ever get hit in the face with a mess sergeant?
What a dog's life he leads.
Never mind the dogs. I want to know about this horse.
Well, I think we ought to keep it, Molly. In the first place, I only paid $75 for him.
Heavenly days, $75. That's ridiculous.
Huh?
And worse than that, it's unpatriotic to keep a horse now.
What you mean?
Think of all the glue that's needed for the back of defense stand.
Oh. This horse ain't anywhere near ready for the glue works. He's a fine animal in perfect condition and all for the love of Mike. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mayor Latrivia.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. Have you a horse?
Latrivia, the way you get right to the point, somebody in your family must have been frightened by a pencil sharpener. Yes, I got a horse. So what?
I wish to purchase it.
So?
No. Wait a minute. I don't want to sell. Anyway, what do you want it for, Latrivia?
In view of the rubber shortage, McGee, the City Council has decided to supplement our motorized fire equipment with horse-drawn vehicles. I'm empowered to offer you any fair price for your horse.
Name it and you can have it, Mr. Mayor. McGee only paid...
Never mind what I paid. Molly hasn't even seen the horse.
Oh, haven't I? That green-faced brute with
Well, Latrivia hasn't seen it.
Oh, very well. Let's take a look, McGee. Where is it?
It's in the garage, where it's probably kicked the radiator off the car by this time. Come, Mr. Mayor. I think you're going to get the bargain of your life.
A green and white horse. Very decorative.
Some kid spilled some paint on him, Latrivia. Shows how gentle he is that he didn't raise heck about it.
Will you take $100 for him?
Sure I will, but... Gee, there's no fun selling a horse right off the bat like that. Let's stick her a while.
Well, all right, if you promise to come back to $100.
Oh, we'll wind up at 100. But first we ought to argue a while. I don't get to sell a horse every day, you know. Come on, sit down on the bench here and we'll kick it around. Hey, Molly, be careful. He might kick you.
I'm not afraid of him. You go talk to the mayor. Hello there, you big bag of alfalfa. How you ever winning my husband into buying you is the greatest mystery I... Oh, you poor thing. Who poured that paint all over you? Yes, it's a dirty shame, that's what it is. You wait till Mother gets some turpentine. I'll clean it all off now. Stop nuzzling me, you big baby. Don't look at me like that with those big brown eyes. Yes, wudgy. Now, don't you go away now. Mother's going in and get you a nice big carrot.
Oh, if you still insist on 100, Latrivia, take him away.
Very well, McGee. We'll pick him up tonight.
You do no such a thing?
Huh?
I beg your pardon, Mrs. McGee.
We're going to keep this horse. Look how lonesome he looks. What he needs is a good home.
Oh, but Molly, with the car in here, it's so crowded.
And that's another thing. Get that car out of here and give this poor horse some room.
Since this new wartime went into effect, I've heard several women say they didn't know whether they were getting their husband's breakfast or supper. Not that they were complaining. Like all of us, they're glad of a chance to help save electric power. Glad to help in any way, big or little. In connection with daylight saving, may I make a helpful suggestion? Your kitchen will be more cheerful on dark mornings if you keep it protected with Johnson's Glow Coat. It will sparkle like new. Colors will be bright and fresh, and it will be protected, too, against wear and scuffing feet. In fact, the regular use of Glow Coat will make your linoleum last 5 times longer than if it were unprotected. Glow Coat is called self-polishing, which means that it needs no rubbing or buffing. It's a tremendous labor saver. You simply apply and let dry. But to get Glow Coat results, be sure to buy the real Johnson self-polishing Glow Coat.
To sell that lovely creature for a mere $100. For shame, dearie.
Well, gee whiz, Molly. You were the one who...
Never mind that. It would be simply brutal to turn... by the way, what's the horse's name, McGee? McGee, what's his name?
Lillian.
Oh. Good night, all.
Your Texas Ranger has asked me to ask you to have some Wheaties. Yes, have some Wheaties because it's National Wheaties Week. The week when everybody goes out and buys a box and enjoys a dish of America's famous whole wheat flakes. Start early in National Wheaties Week so you'll have time to buy them and eat them and buy some more and eat some more. It's National Wheaties Week. Remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties, a breakfast of champions.
Our next broadcast is the brainchild of American comedy duo George Burns and real-life wife and partner Gracie Allen. In September of 1934, their 30-minute program premiered as The Adventures of Gracie. The title changed in 36, and from 36 till 50, the series switched back and forth between NBC and CBS until it was canceled. They re-emerged on television with a successful situation comedy which lasted from 1950 to 1958. Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present Burns and Allen on HOJO Radio.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guests, Jack Benny, Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and the Swantet. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's morning in the Burns home, and George is just coming downstairs to leave for the office.
Good morning, dear.
Good morning, darling. Look what the postman just brought you. A present from Pat O'Brien.
Oh, I bet Pat is sorry he started that rumor about me being a juggler. Open the package, dear.
All right.
I met him yesterday, and I told him a few jokes. I guess that convinced him I was a comedian. What are you laughing about? What's in the package?
A set of Indian clubs.
Next time I get my hands on that Irishman, believe me.
George. Before long, everybody will know that you're not a juggler. They'll know you for what you really are.
And, what is that?
Well, a singer, of course.
Oh, that. Oh, sure.
I wrote to our sponsor and suggested that you sing on our program every week.
That's the 12th time.
Yeah, but this time he answered.
Say, that's a good sign. Open the letter.
Wait till Bing Crosby hears you sing. He'll retire and start to raise a family.
Oh, Gracie, I'm not better than Crosby. As good, maybe, but, well, open the letter. What does the sponsor say?
Believe me, there are plenty of other big programs that would like to have George Burns as a singer.
Gracie, the letter, open it. Well?
George, what are some of the other big programs?
Turn me down again, huh?
Oh, never mind, dear. You're a great singer. Even Bill Goodwin said with a voice like yours, you ought to sing in that big Army show.
Army show?
Yes, it's in charge of some officer named Major Bowes.
I'll forget it. I better get along to the office.
Yeah, I'll ride down in the bus with you. I have an appointment at the beauty shop.
Okay, let's go.
No, wait. Before we leave, won't you sing something just for me?
Oh, Gracie.
Oh, please, dear. Just one little glorious burst of melody.
Well, all right. Just a gigolo. Everywhere I go, people know the part I'm playing.
Oh, George, you're wonderful. I won't be happy until your voice leaves the whole world the way it leaves me, weak and limp.
Thanks.
Oh, come on. I'm due at the beauty shop in 5 minutes.
Well, what'll it be today, Mrs. Burns? A shampoo and set?
Oh, yes, and I'm kind of in a hurry, Josie.
Well, I'll do my best, Mrs. Burns, but we're short-handed, and I have to work on the customer in the next booth, too. The old horse face, I hope he chokes.
He? You mean there's a man in the next booth?
Well, sort of a man.
Josie, where are you?
Oh, that's him. I wish he'd go sit on a hot curling iron.
Josie, come back here. This finger wave of mine stinks.
No, that voice is awfully familiar. I wonder who...
Josie, do you hear me? This finger wave stinks.
All right. Leave your hair on the table, and I'll do it over again.
No, Josie. I'm sure I know that man. What's his name?
I'm not allowed to tell, Mrs. Burns. The old goat's scared the newspapers might find out he goes to a beauty shop.
Oh, come on, Josie. Give me a little hint.
Well, he's the stingiest man in Hollywood.
Oh, stingy, huh?
And how? When he gets a mud pack, we have to save the mud for him so he can put it in his victory garden.
Funny. I can't get it from that. Give me another hint.
Well, let's see. He used to drive an old broken-down Maxwell.
No, it's no use. I can't guess who it is.
You're not missing anything. He's tried to date every girl in town, and nobody will go out with him.
Oh, hello, Jack. How's Mary?
Gracie, is that you?
Well, yeah, come on into my booth, Jack.
Oh, sure. Well, hello, Gracie. I guess you're surprised to see me here.
Well, yes, I am.
Well, you see, Mary lost a bobby pin the last time she was here, and I dropped by to look for it. You know what the bobby pin situation is. Terrible.
Oh, sure.
I bet you thought I was here to get a beauty treatment. Gracie, you sound like you don't believe me.
Maybe that's because I don't.
Well, if I'm lying, may something terrible happen to Phil Harris.
Mr. Benny.
Yes?
Here's your mud. I wrapped it up for you.
Oh, well. Phil always played too loud anyway.
Well, Jack Benny in a beauty shop. Wait till the girls hear this.
Now, Gracie, look, you must promise
girls,
me.
I brought your Swan soap. Oh, hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Why, Jack Benny, what are you doing here?
Well, I'll tell you, Bill. He's...
Well, Bill Goodwin in a beauty shop. Wait till the girls hear this, huh, Gracie?
Wait a minute. I just came over to bring some Swan soap.
Well, Bill,
So, Bill Goodwin has beauty treatments. That's really something to tell the girls, huh, Gracie?
Hey, look. The operators here use Swan soap. Not only because it's so mild for the customer's complexion, but because that same mildness makes it great at home. For the dishes, light laundry, or for bathing the baby. Swan's the new white floating soap that's 4 swell soaps in one.
Well, Bill...
Bill Goodwin in a beauty shop. Really, I thought that curly hair wasn't natural.
Now, wait a minute. No girl in this shop has ever laid a hand on me. Except, of course, after working hours.
Oh.
What are you doing here, Benny?
Well, I'll tell you, Bill. Jack is here.
Bill Goodwin in a beauty shop. I'm getting manicures and everything.
I am not. My hands just happen to look gorgeous because I always wash my dishes with Swan.
Oh.
Swan is great for washing the dishes. Gives you loads of suds. Suds that are so mild and gentle your hands don't get that rough red dishpanny look.
Well, Bill...
Bill Goodwin in a beauty shop. And to have his eyebrows plucked. That's something, isn't it?
Now, look, Jack. I told you, I just came here to deliver some Swan soap. Swan's a great wartime buy. What I want to know is, what's Jack Benny doing here?
Well, I'll tell you, Bill.
Well, Bill Goodwin...
Oh, nuts! Goodbye!
Gracie, look, for heaven's sake, don't let out my secret. I mean, I don't want everyone I meet to know I've been taking beauty treatment.
Oh, don't worry, Jack. They'll never suspect it.
Well, anyway, don't you tell. You know, if the newspapers get hold of it, I'm cooked. And you know how the gang would kid me on my program.
Oh, yeah, your program. Jack, you don't want this to get in the papers, huh?
No, I'll do anything to keep it out, Gracie. Anything.
Oh, good. Starting Sunday, Jack, George will sing on your program.
George?
Yes.
Sing?
Uh-huh.
Gracie, I've heard prettier noises come out of Carmen Lombardo.
I see. Well, excuse me, Jack. I'm going to telephone a little news item to the paper.
Wait. Oh, you mean George Burns?
Yes.
Oh, George, your husband.
Yes.
Oh, old Sugar Throat.
Sure.
Oh, well, I don't suppose it would hurt if George sang on my program once.
Well, I was thinking of having him sing every week.
No.
No, well, I'll call the paper.
But, Gracie, this is blackmail.
I know. Cute of me, huh?
Yeah, cute.
joins our popular tenor Jimmy Cash in an enchanting ballad from the top musical show of the year, Oklahoma.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. There's a bright golden haze on the meadow.
There's a bright golden haze on the meadow.
The corn is as high as an elephant's eye, and it looks like it's climbing clear up to the sky.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way, okay.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. Oh, what a beautiful day.
Well, we're back at the Burns home now. Jack Benny is pleading with Gracie to change her mind as they wait for George to come home from the office.
But why does it have to be my program, Gracie? I mean, why don't you have George sing on Eddie Cantor's program?
Well, because I didn't catch Eddie Cantor in a beauty shop with his toupee and curlers.
Hey, there must be some other show he can go on. Maybe Gabriel Heater needs a singer. Or Mr. Anthony. I mean, why don't you let George be his problem?
Oh, you amaze me. How can Jack Benny, who has the greatest talent in the world, fail to recognize George's talent?
Oh, do you really think I have the greatest talent in the world?
Well, certainly. Rochester, Dennis Day, Mary Livingston.
Oh, I see.
And now I've got a big thrill for you. I have your program for next Sunday night all planned.
You have?
Yes. It'll be the new and entertaining Jack Benny program featuring George Burns, California's answer to Frank Sinatra.
I can't do it, Gracie. I mean, I can't allow George to sing.
Well, shall I call the papers and tell them about the beauty shop?
He sings.
Now, listen to the way I have the program all worked out. You're the star, so of course you come out first.
Thank you.
Your line is, hello, and then George comes out for his opening number.
I just say hello.
Well, we could make it hello, everybody.
No, I don't want to hog the whole show.
Well, then George sings his second number, and back you come again.
Good.
To announce George's next number.
I hope my throat stands up.
And then right after that, Dennis Day comes in.
Dennis Day?
Yes.
Well, doesn't George do all the singing?
Well, yes, but I thought you might want a few laughs on the program.
Oh, yeah, I'll be glad to have them. I will, yes.
And then as soon as George finishes his next number, out comes...
Now, wait a minute. Gracie, George can't sing the whole program. I mean, he's not that good. I know music, I'm a musician.
You are?
Well, I play the violin, don't I? Well, don't I?
You're cute.
Look, Gracie, all that I'm...
Why, Jack Benny.
Hello, George. How's the juggling game?
I'm not a juggler. Why doesn't everybody stop with that?
Oh, now, dear, don't get excited. Jack has some marvelous news for you. Tell him, Jack. Well, Jack. I think I'll go call the papers.
All right. I'll tell him.
Oh, good. I'll run out and make some coffee.
Well, Jack, what is it you want to tell me?
Well, first, I'd like to remind you that you're my dearest friend, George.
And you're my dearest friend, Jack.
I mean, you're even more than a friend to me, George.
You're even more than a friend to me, Jack.
I love you. I love you like a brother, George.
I love you like a brother, Jack.
I mean, I'd never do anything to hurt you, George.
Thanks.
Wait a minute, I'll try that again. Look, I'd never do anything to hurt you, George.
I said thanks.
George, look, I wouldn't louse you up if you had a comedy program.
If I had a comedy program.
Look, you're my dearest friend.
Look, Jack, what's the news?
You're even more than a friend to me.
The news, Jack.
Look,
what's the news?
What pals we've always been, George.
The news, Jack. You have some news for me.
Look, remember the time in Cincinnati when you were broke and I gave you $10?
It was Cleveland, Jack, and I gave you $20.
Well, I have the state right. It was Ohio.
Yeah, the news, Jack. What's this news you have for me?
Well,
yes.
Well, dear, did Jack tell you the news?
No, not yet. He's been leading up to it by the way of Cleveland and Cincinnati.
Jack, I'll bet little Abner won't be the funniest thing in the paper tomorrow.
Oh, all right. George, look, I want you to sing on my radio program.
Why, Jack Benny.
Now, don't be
Really?
hasty, George. Don't jump at it. Think it over for the duration.
I don't have to. I'll sing a dozen songs for you, pal, and it won't cost you a cent.
For free?
Sure.
No. I can't think of it that way.
Well, all right, then you can pay me.
No, I can't think of it that way either.
I know what's making Jack hesitate, dear. He hasn't heard you sing recently. Sing Ain't Misbehaving for him.
Sure, glad to.
Well, sit down, Jack.
No, I'll take it standing up.
Well, come on, dear.
No one to talk with all by myself. No one to walk with. I'm happy on the shelf. Ain't misbehaving, saving all my love for. Oh, baby, love for you. Really saving love for you.
He doesn't juggle at all.
No.
I know for certain you're the one I love. I'm through with flirting. It's you that I'm thinking of. Ain't misbehaving, saving all my love for. Oh, baby, my love for you.
Jack, what makes you think he's a juggler?
He must be.
Jackie Horner in the corner. Don't go nowhere. And I don't care all your kisses that you gave me, baby. Daddy, daddy, daddy.
I might be blood and guts, but that's just guts.
I don't stay out late and I don't care to go. I'm home about 8, me and my radio. Ain't misbehaving, saving all my love for you.
Well, Jack?
Gracie, call the newspaper.
Time for Felix Mills and his orchestra. Tonight from Felix's memory album, it's Honeysuckle Rose.
You know something? I got the impression that Jack Benny didn't like my singing.
Oh, George, that's silly. Didn't you hear him tell me to call the newspapers? He wants to give them a big story about you.
Yeah, but I noticed that while I was singing, he kind of turned green.
Oh, well, of course he turned green. You sang exactly like John McCormick.
Oh, so that's what it was.
Sure. Now, I'll go in and talk to Jack. You stay here and spray your precious little adenoids.
Okay. From time to time and every time.
Jack?
Yeah?
Well, naturally, you were joking before when you told me to call the newspapers, weren't you?
Not me, Gracie. Look, I'd rather have everybody know I was in a beauty shop than have sugar throat smell up my program.
Well, I'm warning you. I'll phone the paper.
Phone 'em.
This is my last warning, Jack.
Go ahead.
I'll phone the paper.
Phone 'em.
This is my last warning, Jack.
Go ahead.
I'll phone the paper.
Phone 'em.
This is my last warning, Jack.
Go ahead.
I'll phone the paper.
For Pete's sake, phone 'em.
No, Jack, no, I can't. I'm too fine, too decent. I can't stoop to blackmail when I see it isn't working.
Now, please don't think I'm a heel, Gracie. I'm kind of animals. I'm fond of children, but I just don't like George's voice.
Oh, you're fond of children, huh?
I love them.
Poor little Junior.
Poor little who?
Junior. He'd be so proud if he knew that his daddy had sung on the Jack Benny program.
Gracie, you mean?
Yes. George and I are parents now. He's the father and I'm the mother.
Gee whiz, I can't believe it. When did it happen?
Well, I don't remember exactly. We were so excited at the time.
Well, I'll be darned. Good old George has a baby. It hardly seems possible.
Yes. I was amazed when George told me.
I just can't get over it, Gracie. I'm so happy for you, so happy for George. Who does the kid look like?
Like me.
I'm so happy for the kid. Say, could I see him? I'm crazy about kids.
Really, Jack?
Oh, sure. I mean, many's the time I bought a bag of candy and blew up the bag to amuse a kid. Imagine good old George, your father.
Well, you can do something awfully nice for Junior. Let his father sing on your program.
Gracie, I'm mad about children.
No,
but that...
please, Jack. The baby adores you. When you're on the air, he lies in his crib gurgling with his little foot in his mouth. When Fred Allen's on, he puts his foot in his ear.
Gee, what a smart little rascal.
I know you'll do it for Junior. I can look in your sensitive blue eyes and tell that you won't disappoint him.
They are blue, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
All right, George can sing one song just for the baby.
Well, let him sing 2 songs. We're expecting another one.
Really?
Yes.
Good old George.
Did I hear somebody call me?
No, we were talking about you. Gracie told me everything. Congratulations, George.
You mean I can sing a song on your program?
Yes, sir. You deserve it. Gracie tells me there's going to be another one.
Well, 2 would be fine if it's all right with you.
Well, why not? Have you picked out a name for the second one?
Would you like Moon Glow?
Moon Glow Burns. Won't that be just a little too corny?
Oh, I don't think so, Jack. You know, while you were away, I took a few lessons from Crosby.
You did?
Yes.
Now, George, I know Jack's in a hurry.
Yes, I'll be going. But, George, first, can I see the nursery?
Well, Jack...
The nursery?
Hiya, folks. What goes on?
Oh, Bill, am I glad to see you.
Bill, I just heard the news. Now, why didn't you tell me that George and Gracie had a...
Yes, Bill. Oh, why didn't you tell Jack what George and I had?
Well, what did you have?
An idea for you to announce Jack's program, and George sings on it.
Huh? But I meant...
well, that's a great idea, Jack. I'd be glad to.
Now, wait a minute. I have an announcer, Don Wilson.
Well, okay, you can have 2 announcers.
Don Wilson is 2 announcers.
But Don can't announce your program, Jack. He doesn't know anything about Swan Soap.
Swan Soap?
Well, sure. He doesn't know that Swan is the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in one. The soap for dishes, light laundry, bathing the baby, or for your hands and face. Don doesn't know that.
Well, I could teach him. I mean, what am I saying? I don't sell soap. I sell grape nuts flakes.
Well, but that's ridiculous, Jack. Can you bathe a baby with grape nuts flakes?
Well, I wouldn't want to answer that until I've talked to my sponsor.
Well,
They're very resourceful, you know.
Well,
They may be working on that right now.
Well, I can tell you the doctors recommend Swan for bathing the baby. Swan is so mild it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin. It's pure as fine Castiles, too, so you know it must be great for your complexion.
Gee, bathing a baby. You ever bathe that little darling of yours, George?
Don't be silly. We take showers.
Uh-huh.
Well, he means us. But the Swan is great for bathing the baby.
Oh, yes, and Gracie breaks it in two so she can...
Breaks it in two?
Well, sure, Jack. Swan breaks in two so you can use half in the kitchen for your dishes and light laundry and half in the bathroom for the baby or for your tub or shower.
Oh, well, look, Bill, don't bother to tell me about Swan soap because I'm just using George on my program, not you. You see, I'm only doing it for Junior.
Junior?
Well, yes, George. That's what Jack calls you because you're so much younger than Jack.
No, look, I mean the baby.
The baby?
Well, yes, that's what he calls me because I'm so much younger than you.
No, Gracie, look, I'm talking about your child.
Child?
Well, goodbye, Jack. See you at rehearsal Sunday.
Wait a minute. Gracie, what does he mean, our child?
Oh, dear. I knew there was something I forgot to tell you.
We haven't got a child.
Well, so that's it, Gracie. Just to get George on my program, you invented a baby.
Oh, no, I can't take credit for that. They were invented years ago.
Don't try to get out of it. I don't want to sing on the radio if I have to get on by tricks. Now apologize to Jack.
I'm sorry, Jack.
And don't ever do a thing like that again.
I won't, dear.
Ever, understand?
Yes, dear.
Come on, Jack. I'll walk you down to the corner.
My goodness, George, what you go through with a dame.
Hello, Fibber? This is Gracie. Would you and Molly let George sing in your program next week? Yeah, I know you've got a singer, but I thought you might do it for Junior. Yes, you see, we just had a baby. And he'd be so proud.
George and Gracie will be right back. And I'm just going to be here long enough to remind you that the government needs your waste kitchen fats more than ever before. Now, I know sometimes it's a lot of trouble to render the extra fat you trim from meat and to strain all your waste fats from roasting and frying. But those waste fats are so urgently needed for making glycerin, and that glycerin is so necessary for making ammunition that I know you won't mind doing whatever you can. So don't forget, huh? Turn those waste fats into your butcher and keep turning them in. Well, here they are again, those ever-loving Burnses, George and Gracie.
Well, George, I've got some wonderful news. Fibber McGee wants you to sing on his program.
Really?
Yes. And when he comes over to close the deal, will you sort of fold this napkin into a triangle?
Why?
Well, for some silly reason, he thinks we have a baby.
Again?
Good night, folks.
Good night.
Billy Brown, the smoothest, coolest guy in town. The chicks all seem to dig his jive. Hey, tell us, Bill, how can we arrive? It's easy, Jack. Any gal gets sent. When you flash a smile by Pepsodent, you'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Pepsodent's new improved formula cleans teeth whiter than ever. Tastes brighter, too. New formula Pepsodent contains IMP. There's nothing else as good at getting teeth white.
You'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest, lovely Loretta Young, with Jimmy Cash, the Swantet, Felix Mills, and his orchestra. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. But before we visit the Burnses, let's look in for a moment on a dramatic scene taking place in the office of a Hollywood attorney. Consulting the attorney is a very excited and beautiful client, Miss Loretta Young.
This is preposterous. It's ridiculous. There isn't one word of truth in this entire magazine article.
Why, of course there isn't. Now, calm yourself, Miss Young.
Calm myself. Just listen to this drivel. Sensational, daring expose. The Secret Love of Loretta Young by Gracie Allen.
Why, that's fantastic.
Fantastic is hardly the word for it. Listen to this. Who is the mysterious Mr. X who holds the key to Loretta Young's heart? Does her son, Robert Young, know about this?
Why, that's positively weird. Tell me, does Miss Allen say where she got her information?
No. Undoubtedly, she got it straight from her head.
She couldn't have picked a more unreliable source. Now, does she name the man who's supposed to be your secret love?
No, but she describes him. He appears to be a combination of Gary Cooper, Noel Coward, J.P. Morgan, and the Green Hornet.
Have you ever met such a man?
No. You don't happen to know where I could, do you?
Fortunately, I'm afraid not. Now, don't worry, Miss Young. We'll take legal action immediately.
Well, I'll leave that to you. And meanwhile, I'm going over and demand an explanation from Gracie. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day. Oh, Northrop.
Yes, Mr. Reagan?
Gracie Allen's married to a character named George Burns, isn't she?
Oh, yes, sir.
They probably cooked this up together. File suit immediately against Mr. and Mrs. George Burns for $50,000.
Oh, George, I have a wonderful surprise for you.
Really?
Yes, no more worries about money.
What do you mean?
Well, little Gracie has written a magazine article that's going to fix our finances permanently.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, it's the least I can do, sweetheart. The way you work and slave at that old office is just making you a wreck, and I want to help.
Well, thanks, dear. How long have you been writing magazine articles?
Oh, quite a while, but I didn't want to say anything until I had one published.
Oh, the others were rejected, huh?
Yes, and I can't understand it. Well, they were wonderful articles about movie stars. My first one was called Charles Boyer's Eyes. Are they his own?
Can't see why they rejected that.
And then I wrote a perfectly marvelous piece called Is There As Much Inside of Charles Lawton As There Is Outside?
Fascinating stuff.
Oh, yes. And then I wrote one that'll just set everybody's tongue wagging. It's called Theda Barra Says She's Through with Pictures.
Theda is going to quit, huh? Imagine.
Oh, I do a lot of research on these stories. Now, take this one. It's called Gary Cooper. Is he?
Is he what?
Well, I haven't finished my research yet.
What magazine did you submit the stuff to?
Oh, it's a wonderful publication. It gives you the real inside information in a high-class way.
Life, look, pick, click.
Dirt.
Dirt? You mean that horrible gossip magazine?
George, is that a nice way to talk about the magazine that's going to make us rich? Look, here's the latest issue. See what it says in the cover?
Sensational, daring expose, The Secret Love of Loretta Young by Gracie Allen. Say, you really came through.
Well, thanks, darling. And, George, I won't let my fame come between us. I'll still be a housewife no matter how many literary organizations beg me to join them.
Are they after you already?
Oh, sure. Just yesterday I got a letter asking me if I'd like to be a member of the Book of the Month Club.
Yeah, you're my little celebrity.
And when I first wrote this story, Dirt turned it down. I had no style.
No.
No. For instance, I wrote, every morning Loretta Young gets out of bed, walks downstairs, and eats the grapefruit.
But you changed that.
Mm-hmm. Now it reads, every morning, luscious Loretta Young gets out of bed with a cry of ecstasy, walks downstairs in a sweater, and passionately eats a grapefruit.
Didn't take you long to get the hang of it. The title is pretty snappy, too. The Secret Love of Loretta Young.
Yeah, isn't it? I wonder if she really has one.
What?
I wonder if she has a secret love. I doubt it.
Wait a minute. She must have a secret love. You wrote that in your article.
Well, you don't believe everything you read, do you?
Gracie, if there's no truth in this thing, why did you write it?
Well, there's never been any scandal about poor Loretta, so I thought I'd give her a break.
Murder, you can't do that, Gracie.
Good morning, folks.
Good morning, Bill.
What's Gracie done now?
Look at this magazine.
Okay. The Secret Love of Loretta Young by Gracie Allen. Oh, say, Gracie, if you want these kind of stories, I'm your man.
Oh, really?
Now, Bill, she's done enough.
Why, I can tell you the secret love of almost every woman in town. I've seen this bird in plenty of women's homes, married and single.
Oh, who is it?
Swan.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
Well, George, just remember that Swan's not only great for a woman's bath and for her hands and face, but it's great for bathing the baby and perfect for dishes and light laundry. Swan's the new white floating soap. There's 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Look, Bill, we'll be in plenty of trouble if Loretta Young reads this article. Maybe you can help us. Do you know Loretta?
Well, no, but you know how I handle women, George. Why, gosh, I could flatter her right out of being mad.
You think so?
Well, easy. I'll go to her and say, Loretta, darling, you're beautiful. You have a face like a dishpan full of swan suds.
Wait a minute. You can't say that.
Well, George, there's nothing looks better to a woman than a dishpan full of swan suds. She knows that those long-lasting swan suds will help make short work out of washing the dishes. And she knows that Swan is so mild and gentle, you don't have to worry about rough dishpanny hands.
Never mind, Bill. We'll handle this thing ourselves.
Come in.
Mrs. Burns?
Yes?
Who was that?
Aha! Look at this. I'm not the only one who thinks my magazine article will make us rich. Some smart lawyers think so, too.
What do you mean?
Well, they don't sue poor people for $50,000.
Oh, no.
A new popular ballad by our young tenor, Jimmy Cash. Little Did I Know. James?
Little did I know when I met you, I would learn to worship you so. Thought I'd kiss and then forget you. Little did I know. Little did I dream your caresses meant more than a passing hello. Now my foolish heart confesses, little did I know. April in the moonlight, the thrill of a June night, those bicycle rides with you. Christmas and Thanksgiving, the rapture of living, were things that I never knew. You were like a star far above me. I was just a dreamer below. Little did I dream you'd love me. Little did I
$50,000 we're being sued for. And all because you made up a story about Loretta Young's secret love.
Well, I was only trying to help George.
Hitler should have that kind of help. $50,000. Who's got that kind of money?
Well, I expect to earn quite a bit with my new article. It's called, Is Jane Russell a Man in Disguise?
Burn it and scatter the ashes. And furthermore...
What's the matter?
Here comes Loretta Young up the walk. Goodbye.
Oh, George, don't leave me alone with her. I'm afraid.
Sorry, baby. You got yourself into this. Get yourself out. I'm going to see a lawyer. Goodbye.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, you want to see Gracie? Well, she's gone to Australia to entertain the Aleutians.
Now, it's no use. I know you.
Oh, you know me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, come in, Loretta. I'm awfully glad to see you.
Yes, I guessed that. I came to talk to you about that story.
That story?
Yes.
Oh, yes. You mean that story about the moron who moved to the city because he heard the country was at war. Oh, yes. Cute, isn't it? George says that no one can do those moron things like me.
I agree 100%. But, Gracie, the story I'm talking about is The Secret Love of Loretta Young. Do you realize how much damage a story like that can do? Why, it's simply outrageous.
Oh, my, you're pretty.
This can involve me in all sorts of trouble. My studio's going to be furious.
Oh, I'd give $1 million for that complexion.
I've never been so upset, so angry in my whole life.
I wonder how you keep it so pretty.
Well, I start with a foundation cream and work it in.
Yes.
And then I pat on a little...
Yes.
Now, wait a minute. I've been tricked. Honestly, Gracie, a story like that, well, it could only be excused if it were written by a crazy person.
Oh. Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, well, it was.
You mean you admit it was written by a crazy person?
Mm-hmm. George. George? Yep. His old trouble is coming back again.
But the article is signed by you.
That's his old trouble. He thinks he's other people.
Gracie, do you want me to believe that your husband is a lunatic?
It would help a lot if you did.
Well, George always looked all right to me. Mentally, of course.
Oh. Oh, well, you can't go by appearances, Loretta. Think of George as a chocolate.
A chocolate?
Yes. You can't tell by looking at him whether inside he's plain or nuts.
Oh, dear. I wish you hadn't said that. Now, I'll never be able to bite into a chocolate without wondering if its name is George.
Oh, you're not taking me seriously, are you?
No, Gracie, I'm not. Why should he write such a story and sign your name?
Well, he thought he was me. You see, when George has these spells, he thinks he's all kinds of people. Well, one day he took away the key to my trunk and hid my suitcases, and he said, "You're staying home for a change."
Who did he think he was?
President Roosevelt.
Now, Gracie, you're putting up a very good fight. But I still think George is sane. I'm afraid you'll both have to face the music.
Music? Oh, now you really hit on his crazy spot.
What do you mean?
Well, he thinks he's a musician. Last week he thought he was Harry James.
Oh, poor Betty Grable.
Oh, he's really crazy when it comes to music, especially singing. He thinks he's Bing Crosby and Nelson Eddy put together.
That's an odd combination.
You're telling me. Why, every night he sets a trap for the stork and baits it with shortening bread.
I'm sorry, Gracie, but I don't believe any of this.
Well, I can prove it to you. Oh, look, here comes George now. You just ask him if he doesn't think he's a great singer.
All right, I will.
Well, Gracie, I talked to our... Oh, you're still here, Miss Young.
Yes. I want to talk to you, Mr. Burns.
About the lawsuit?
Well, I'd like to clear up something else first. Do you think you're a great singer?
Well, I wouldn't say great. I'd say, well, I guess great is the word. Would you like to hear me sing?
Yes, I certainly would.
Well, this is the hot lick that has Crosby worried to death.
Like Jackie Horner in the corner, don't go nowhere, and I don't care.
Well?
And to think I doubted you, Gracie.
Huh?
Believe me, you have my deepest sympathy.
Now, see here, Miss
Now,
Young.
don't you come near me. You stay right where you are.
I won't bite you.
How do I know you won't? You might think you're a steam shovel and I'm a pile of sand.
You're kind of a screwball, aren't you?
Please don't say that. I've always heard that one can recognize another.
What's going on around
here? Oh, now, George, calm down. Remember your old trouble.
How can I forget you?
A lawyer says we haven't got a leg to stand on. In the first place, you didn't type the story. It's in your own handwriting.
Wait a minute. It's in her handwriting?
Well, sure.
Then she must have written it.
No, Herbert Hoover wrote it.
Oh, there you see? Now he thinks he's a G-man.
Gracie, let's not play any more games. Mr. Burns, I'm sorry. I owe you an apology.
I wouldn't be surprised. Now, tell me what for.
Well, I'll let your wife explain that. Goodbye, Gracie. I'll see you in court.
What's going on around here? In another minute, I'll be a raving maniac.
Oh, darn it. 2 minutes sooner and we would have saved $50,000.
Felix Mills and his orchestra, and tonight with the Swantet, a colorful salute to our valiant Marines.
Over the sea, let's go, men. We're shoving right off again. Nobody knows where or when. We're shoving right off again. It may be Bhutan, Rangoon, or Japan. We got a job we must do, and we will not come back until the truth is shoving right off so long to you. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we have fought our country's battle on the land and on the sea. Pressed to fight for right and freedom, we're the finest ever seen. And we're proud to claim the title of United States Marines.
Now remember, Gracie, room 202 Arcade Building. We're gonna meet the attorneys there at 5 o'clock and try to settle out of court.
Yes, dear.
Even then, we'll have to pay Loretta Young plenty.
But that doesn't seem fair. I'm an honest person, and I made an honest mistake. Isn't there some way I can cheat her out of the money?
Gracie, there's only one thing could save us. If Loretta Young really had a secret lover.
You mean if a secret lover actually showed up, she couldn't sue us?
Hiya, folks.
Well, Bill, sit right down. How nice to see you.
Well, I'm going to stop off at the cigar store. See you at 5, Gracie.
Oh, Bill, have I got a surprise?
Yeah?
What would you do if I told you that a beautiful, glamorous movie star was secretly in love with you?
Oh, well, I just laugh and believe it.
I knew you would. It's Loretta Young.
Well, gee, you mean I'm the guy you wrote about in that article?
Sure. Loretta Young's mad about you. She's crazy about you.
I knew this would happen if I didn't stop washing my face with Swan. Swan is just so doggone wonderful, it made me even more irresistible than I used to be.
Oh, Bill, you're too modest.
Oh, well, Swan's not only great for washing your hands and face, but just the soap for bathing the baby. And it's great for dishes or light laundry. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one.
You know what Loretta likes about you, Bill?
What?
Your dimples.
Oh, my dimples aren't so much.
They're adorable when you smile.
Oh, you don't say. Well, I must smile more often. Let's see now. Doctors recommend Swan, the new white floating soap for bathing the baby. It's mild as fine Castile. It's so mild it's kind even to a little baby standing still. Hey, do they show, Gracie?
Oh, yes.
Good. And since Swan is so mild, well, it's just well for your hands and face, your complexion.
Oh, Bill, whatever you do, stay away from Loretta Young. She's so crazy about you that if she sees you, she'll grab you and kiss you and hug you and squeeze you, and you wouldn't want that to happen.
Oh, no, she might break the bar Swan in my pocket.
Sure.
Well, on second thought, it wouldn't be bad.
No?
No, then I could put half in the kitchen and half in the bathroom. Swan breaks in two, you know, so you can use half for your hands and face, tub, or shower, and half for your dishes and light laundry.
Well, Bill, please remember to stay away from Loretta. She'll be in the arcade building at 5 o'clock.
Oh, well, I won't go near her, Gracie. What room should I stay away from?
202.
202. Well, I'll go straight home. I don't want any movie stars kissing me.
Well. Hello, Mr. Burns.
Oh, hello, Stanley. Give me 3 of my regular cigars.
Yes, sir. Perfecto Royales. I'll get them out of the safe.
You keep them in the safe?
Oh, yes, I have to. If I don't, they smell up the whole place. Here, your 3 cigars.
Here's your nickel.
Thank you. You seem depressed today, Mr. Burns. Trouble at home?
You said it. On account of my wife's latest brainstorm, I'm being sued for $50,000.
$50,000? My, that's a lot of Perfecto Royale.
Oh, yes.
Greetings, Stanley. 'Tis I, Bolingbroke. Well, hello, friend Burns.
Hello, Cue Ball.
Mr. Burns isn't feeling well, Cue Ball. He's being sued for $50,000.
The paltry sum. Why, when I was the idol of the American stage, I spent that much annually on cigars alone.
Oh, sure.
And speaking of cigars, when you have had your fill of that one, may I toy with the butt, please?
Cue Ball, don't bother me. Say, Boldy, I just had an idea. How would you like to make some money?
With a minimum of effort.
I'll give you $5 to pose as Loretta Young's secret lover.
What? You wish me to lie, to deceive, to utter crass falsehood about an innocent demoiselle? I, Bolingbroke, a man of honor? Not for 1 cent less than $7.
I'll give you 5. All you have to do is come to the arcade building, room 202, at 5 o'clock and do your stuff.
$7 and not a cent less.
$5 and not a cent more.
Sir, it is not my custom to quibble over pennies. $6.75.
Now, look, Bolingbroke, just because you have me over a barrel...
I do have you over a barrel, don't I? Farewell, Burns.
Hey, Cue Ball, wait.
Oh, poor Mr. Burns. Such a nice man. And if he goes broke, I'll be stuck with all those horrible cigars. The arcade building, room 202.
Oh, hello, Loretta. Is your lawyer in?
Yes. He's in the next office drawing up some papers. I'm glad you decided to settle out of court, Gracie.
Well, I've changed my mind about that, Loretta. You see, I know that when I get on the stand in front of that jury, Oh, by the way, would you lift your skirt just a little?
My skirt? Oh, you mean like this?
Yes. My, your legs are pretty, too. This is going to be an awfully close case.
No, you haven't got a chance, Gracie. I have no secret lover.
One never knows, does one? Have you the time?
Yes, it's just 5 o'clock.
Well, here I am, Loretta, dimples and all.
I beg your pardon?
Well, don't just stare at me like that, Loretta. Come on, grab me in your arms.
Just who are you?
Oh, as if you didn't know. I'm your secret lover.
What?
One never knows, does one?
There must be some mistake.
Oh, there's no mistake. Care to stick a finger in one of my dimples?
Oh, Loretta, there goes your case.
Now, look here.
Just a moment. Miss Young, take a look at this man I brought with me.
Well, who is he?
I, madam, am your secret lover.
I what?
I, madam, am your secret lover.
My, Loretta, you've been a busy little girl, haven't you?
Well, now I suppose that...
how do you do, Miss Young?
Who are you?
Your secret lover.
My gracious, The place is just crawling with them.
Now, little man, you turn right around and march out that door. And take that ham actor with you.
Yes, ma'am.
You can go, too, Dimples.
Come on, lovers.
Now, suppose we discuss this lawsuit sensibly. Now that my love parade has passed.
All right. Guess I may as well tell the truth.
Yes, it's about time.
Yeah. Your real secret lover is George Burns.
Oh, Gracie, please.
Well, what's so funny? George would be a wonderful secret lover.
Oh.
Well, he would. There's nothing to laugh at. He's a great lover.
Hey, wait a minute. Break this up. What's so funny about it? Gee, you think
Gracie, I'm sorry. I just can't stay mad at you. I'm ready to call this whole thing off if you are.
You mean it, Loretta?
Yes, I do. Now, Gracie, you'll just print a retraction in the next issue of the magazine. We'll forget all about it.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to print a retraction, Loretta. In fact, I'll write a new article denying that you have a secret lover.
Good.
I've got a wonderful title for it.
What?
Nobody Loves Loretta Young.
Oh.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back. And meanwhile, I want to remind you that it's our patriotic duty not to waste soap. Now, you know, we have all the soap we need here in America, but we haven't any to waste. So just take it easy. For instance, when you're taking a bath or washing your hands and face with Swan, don't leave the bar of Swan in the tub or wash basin. Just use that Swan long enough to work up a swell lather. That'll only take a few seconds. And the same goes when you're doing dishes or light laundry. Swish the Swan around in the dishpan a couple of times until you have all the suds you want. Then put the Swan back in the soap dish. And look, you better be sure the soap dish is dry, because a wet soap dish will help dissolve and waste any soap. Well, that's about all. I just wanted to remind you, because the government wants not to waste soap. Well, here they are again, George and his ever-loving Mrs. Gracie.
Honestly, Gracie, the messes you get me in, I just...
Well, I can't help it, George. We French, we're so excitable, so passionate.
You're French?
Ooh la la.
What's this all about, anyway?
Well, George, don't you know who's going to be on our program next week? Charles Boyer.
Oh, that's why you're French?
Trey, of course.
Oh.
Now, here's just one parting word to you folks. Next time you go to the store, get yourself some Lifebuoy, because you're going to like Lifebuoy's rich, purifying leather the first time you use it. And after you use it a week, you'll never be without it. That's right. Now stick to Lifebuoy a while, and you'll be joining in with our gang here when you hear them sing...
The name of the soap is Lifebuoy. You gotta keep fresh with Lifebuoy. So always insist on Lifebuoy, for Lifebuoy really stops B.O. Yes, Lifebuoy really stops B.O.
Thank you, and good night, folks.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.